Hillsborough County has launched its redesigned website, hcfl.gov. The new domain boasts a variety of improvements to searchability, page layout, navigation, and website speed. The revamped website features robust search functions, making it easier for users to find the information they need. Whether searching for essential government services, paying water bills, accessing event information, learning how to acquire a new trash can, or identifying evacuation zones, the enhanced search functionality ensures quick access to relevant content. HCFL.gov's new design features a clean, modern, and intuitive layout. The streamlined design enhances user-friendliness for easy navigation and access to important resources. Navigating the website is now more straightforward than ever. Users can seamlessly move between different sections, departments, and services while interacting with information and resources. Ready to see what all the fuss is about? Head to hcfl.gov and discover your best source for all things Hillsborough County.
Good evening. If you could please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. Good evening. I want to welcome you to the March 25th, 2024 Zoning Hearing Master Hearing. My name is Susan Finch, and I'll be presiding as the hearing officer over today's agenda. Let me first start by introducing Ms. Michelle Heinrich. She's at the end of the dais. She is with the Development Services Department. She'll go over, she'll introduce other staff members, and she'll also go over any changes we have to tonight's agenda. Ms. Heinrich.
Good evening. With the County Attorney's Office, we have Cameron Clark to my left, and to his left with the Planning Commission, we have Andrea Pavendrew. And we do have 3 changes to the published agenda to take up. The first one is agenda page 6, standard rezoning 23-0082. This is item B1. We just needed to note on the agenda that the proposed zoning is to CGR rather than CG, so making that correction for the future. Secondly, agenda page 2, item D4, PD 23-0918. The applicant is requesting a continuance to the May 14th, 2024 ZHM hearing, and that would need to be by your approval.
Okay. Is the applicant here? It's rezoning 23-0918.
Correct.
Good evening.
Good evening. William Malloy, 325 South Boulevard,
Microphone.
Florida.
Oh, Mr. Malloy, I don't think the microphone's on. Just press that button with the people on it. Thank you.
Better?
Perfect.
Yep, there we go. William Malloy, 325 South Boulevard, Tampa, Florida. We did receive some late comments on this case, mostly transportation related. We have a little bit of cleanup to do with SwiftMud and EPC, and therefore we very respectfully request a continuance tonight.
All right. Let me ask if there is anyone in the room or online that would like to speak to the continuance, not the merits of the case, but only to the continuance of rezoning 23-0918. It's agenda item D4. All right. Seeing no one. Then we'll continue RZPD 23-0918 to the May 14th, 2024 zoning hearing master hearing at 6 p.m. Thank you so much.
Next, we have agenda page 8, item D6, Major Mod 24-0029. The applicant is requesting a continuance to the May 14th, 2024 ZHM hearing, which would need to be approved by the hearing officer.
All right. Is the applicant here? Good evening.
Good evening, Hearing Officer Todd Pressman, 202nd Avenue South, number 451, St. Petersburg. Similar to the last one, we received some significant transportation items and concerns that we're addressing. So we're looking to continue to May so we can work with those and address them as best we can.
Okay. Let me ask again if there is anyone in the room or online that would like to speak to the continuance of major modification 24-0029. That's agenda item D6. Anyone to speak to the continuance? All right, hearing no one, will continue major modification 24-0029.
Mr. Pressman.
Oh, Mr. Pressman, sign in, please. Sorry. Continue major modification 24-0029 to the May 14th, 2024 zoning hearing master hearing at 6 p.m.
And now we'll go over the published withdrawals and continuances for tonight. The first one is item A1, PD 23-0618. This application is being withdrawn by the zoning administrator in accordance with LDC section 10.03.02.c.2. Item A2, Major Mod 23-0768. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the April 15th, 2024 ZHM hearing. Item A3, PD 23-0780. This application is being continued by the applicant to the April 15th, 2024 ZHM hearing. Item A4, PD 23-0848. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the April 15th, 2024 ZHM hearing. Item A5, Major Mod 23-0904. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the April 15th, 2024 ZHM hearing. Item A6, PD 23-0997. This application is being continued by the applicant to the April 15th, 2024 ZHM hearing. Item A7, Major Mod 24-0034. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the April 15th, 2024 ZHM hearing. Item A8, PD 24-0044. This application is being continued by the applicant to the April 15th, 2024 ZHM hearing. Item A9, PD 24-0141. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the April 15th, 2024 ZHM hearing. Item A10, Standard Rezoning 24-0171. This application has been withdrawn from the hearing process. Item A11, PD 24-0183. This application is being continued by the applicant to the April 15th, 2024 ZHM hearing. Item A12, PD 24-0238. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the May 14th, 2024 ZHM hearing. Item A13, PD 24-0239. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the April 15th, 2024 ZHM hearing. Item A14, Major Mod 24-0240. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the May 14th, 2024 ZHM hearing. Item A15, PD 24-0242. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the April 15th, 2024 ZHM hearing. Item A6, Standard Rezoning 24-0265. This application has been withdrawn from the hearing process. Item A17, Standard Rezoning 24-0273. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the April 15th, 2024 ZHM hearing. Item A18, Standard Rezoning 24-0315. This application has been withdrawn from the hearing process. Item A19, Standard Rezoning 24-0338. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the April 15th, 2024 ZHM hearing. And that concludes the published withdrawals and continuances.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Let me start by going over our hearing procedures for this evening. Our hearing today consists of agenda items that require a public hearing by a zoning hearing master. I'll conduct a hearing on each agenda item and will file a recommendation within 15 business days following tonight's hearing. At the conclusion of the hearing, those recommendations are then sent to the Board of County Commissioners, who make the final decision. Our hearing tonight is informal. I'll ask questions related to the scope of direct testimony. I may call and question witnesses as I deem appropriate, and I will decide all questions of procedure. I'll take evidence, but will exclude evidence that is irrelevant, immaterial, or unduly repetitious. Hearsay evidence may be used to supplement or explain other evidence, but shall not be sufficient alone to support a finding by me unless it would be admissible over objections in a civil action. Our order of presentation for tonight's agenda items is as follows. Ms. Heinrich of the Development Services Department will make a brief introduction of each agenda item. We'll then go to the applicant. The applicant will go first with their presentation. Total presentation time for the applicant and their team is 15 minutes. Next up, we'll go back to the Development Services staff planner that was assigned the case, and they will have 5 minutes to present their findings regarding the application. Then we'll turn to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission will also have 5 minutes to report their findings of consistency regarding the county's comprehensive plan. Next up, proponents. Anyone who would like to speak in favor of an agenda item. Total time for proponents, 15 minutes. The same is true next up when we go to opponents. Anyone who would like to speak against an application, 15 minutes for everyone total. We'll circle back to the Development Services Department to see if they have any comments or changes based on tonight's testimony. And then finally, the last word is had by the applicant. The applicant has 5 minutes for rebuttal to address any issues that may have come up. I don't think because of those continuances we might have not have this issue, but in case we do, the proponent and opponent testimony time, 15 minutes each. How that works, if we have a number of people that would like to speak either for or against, we have people in the room. We also have people participating virtually online. So I will ask for a show of hands to get a count of how many people would like to speak either in favor or against, and then we will divide that 15 minutes as equally as possible to make sure everybody gets a fair shot. If you are in the room or if you are testifying online, if you are going to speak, if you could please start by giving us your name and address for the record. We are recording this hearing, and we want to make sure that we get your information correct. When you're done speaking, if you're in the room, if you could please sign in with Michael. He's at the end of the dais here. He is with the clerk's office. He is keeping a log. So when you're done in the room, if you could see him and sign in with your name, address, and also the case number that you spoke to. Let me now turn to Mr. Clark. He's with the County Attorney's Office, and he'll provide you the legal requirements which govern your participation at the Board of County Commissioners meeting. Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Ms. Finch. Good evening, everyone. My name is Cameron Clark. I'm an Assistant County Attorney. Tonight's public hearing is the first step of a two-step rezoning process. This hearing is the time for rezoning applicants and interested parties to present evidence and testimony. Any evidence presented tonight will become the complete factual record of each application, and no additional evidence can be introduced after the closing of each application. The second step of the rezoning process is a public meeting before the Board of County Commissioners, where the board will take a decision on each application heard tonight. Tonight's applications are scheduled to be heard by the board at its May 7th land use meeting. When considering applications, the board will only review the record created at tonight's hearing and the recommendation made by the hearing master for each application. The hearing master will file a recommendation for each application heard tonight on April 15th. The Board of County Commissioners has established a policy that directs which rezoning and major modification applications are to be placed on the consent agenda of the board's land use meeting. Applications that propose to add density outside the urban service area and applications that are on roadways with a failing level of service are not qualified for placement on the consent agenda. Applications that do not have consistent recommendations for approval or denial are also not qualified to be placed on the consent agenda. And finally, applications that have had evidence or testimony provided to the record by non-applicant parties of record, either prior to or at tonight's public hearing, are not qualified for placement on the consent agenda. The board will allow testimony by any party of record at its public meeting to consider the hearing master's recommendation for any item on the regular agenda. Testimony by a party of record shall be limited to the record of the proceedings before the hearing master tonight unless additional evidence has been found admissible in accordance with section 10.03.04D of the Land Development Code. A party of record is an individual who fits into at least one of the following four categories. First, someone who is present tonight and presents testimony or documentary evidence. Second, someone who has been certified by the U.S. Postal Service as having been mailed notice of tonight's hearing. Third, someone who submitted documentary evidence to the master file at least 2 business days prior to tonight's hearing. Or fourth, someone who submitted documentary evidence by proxy at tonight's hearing. The content of oral argument before the board shall be limited to the content of the testimony and other evidence submitted verbally or in writing to the hearing master tonight. It is the role of the county attorney's office to ensure that only individuals who have met these requirements are allowed to speak before the board, and to ensure that no evidence or testimony is introduced or allowed at the board, no new evidence is allowed to be introduced at the board's public meeting. For these reasons, please make sure all information you wish the board to consider at its public meeting is entered in tonight's record. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All testimony must be under oath. So if you plan to speak tonight, if you could please stand, raise your right hand, and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much.
I do.
Please be seated.
You do.
All right, with that concluded, we're ready for the first case. Ms. Heinrich.
Our first application is item B1, standard rezoning 23-0082. This is a remand application for property that is currently zone RSC6 and requesting a rezoning to CGR. Isis Brownwood Development Services will provide staff findings.
All right. Good evening.
Good evening, Hearing Officer Todd Pressman, 202nd Avenue South, number 451, St. Petersburg, Florida. I have a PowerPoint for you, if we could pull that up, please. So this is RZ Standard 23-008T-A2, which is a remand. So I was going to present my comments strictly within the parameters of the remand and what the county commissioners were looking for. So per the minutes of that meeting, they moved for the remand to check and see if there were any other solutions, specifically regarding FDOT and the wetlands issues which we raised at the hearing. So to bring up, back up to speed, the issue is a direction or possible direction for access from the site to the north through very local streets and wetlands, so you can see the site which fronts on US 41. So as we look through the site, there are wetlands that would need to be destroyed or put through for that roadway to the north. This is the EPC 2006 aerial defining it, 2010 EPC aerial defining it, and 2021 EPC defining it. So we took the remand and spent a lot of time communicating or trying to communicate with FDOT. And where that has left us, hearing officer, is it's left us in the classic governmental catch-22, where per the FDOT directions you can see here, they want local government review and approval. And as you saw from the minutes, the county wants FDOT approval. So it leaves us stuck in the middle. So what we've thought we could do to move this forward and to, in a sense, save the county position is to submit a condition to consider approval of the rezoning pending FDOT approval. That way we can move forward. FDOT would see that there's direction forward for the county on the rezoning. We are reasonably confident that we can get US 41 access. What we did receive back for them is sort of not really a conditional approval, but a direction from them of the plans and items that they would want for them to review the site, which, by the way, are also pretty costly, and we'd like to try and move forward with as much ability to save costs or contain costs as possible. So with that, the only change before you in response to the Commission's direction and FDOT's response is a condition to move forward to approve condition upon FDOT approval.
So let me ask you a question. With that, let me back up a little bit. So I read the file, I read the DOT comments that are in there. And so you asked for the remand at the board and went back to DOT, and DOT said, here's a list of things that you need to provide us. Am I reading that correctly when I read their memo?
Yes, quite a number of items, engineering and civil engineering and documents that were costly, but if they'd be done, they have to be done. That's correct.
But in no way, shape, or form did DOT say we are going to approve this access to 41.
That's absolutely correct. I haven't communicated that, and that is correct. Okay. We're hopeful, and we got some positive signs, but no indication from FDOT whatsoever that they will approve this. Correct.
All right, and so that leaves you with, if you can't get access from 41, then you have to go through First Street, through a wetland, in this manner to try to circularly get to 41 through unimproved right-of-way.
Yes, and if I may expand just a moment, is along with that is going through residential and also tying into the school traffic for the light, which the County Transportation Department and FDOT have also recognized is overburdened and overwhelmed.
So I just have to ask, from a process standpoint, why are you back if you haven't submitted those documents to DOT to get the answer from them, whether you can get access or not? Wouldn't that seem to go first before coming back through this process?
Well, first of all, FDOT, again, is, as I've shown you on their documents to us after the remand, wants to see, or specifically says local government review approval. So we don't have that. So we want to go back to FDOT with as strong an indication from the county as possible that they will approve, which is what we believe the condition allows. That, if you want to pull the PowerPoint again, that is on the FDOT documents.
Yep.
Second of all,
let's see that document.
so that's one good reason why. Well, I believe that's a good answer. The second answer is what FDOT is requiring are costly documents and plans, and we're trying to avert as much cost as possible to get to the approval.
All right, well, let's leave that at that point, and we'll go, if that completes your presentation.
Yes, and I believe the applicant may want to, do you want to say a few words, Ms. Bernstein? If he may, thank you.
Yeah, you have time, sure. Good evening, if you could give us your name and address.
Mike Bernstein, 19537 Deer Lake Road. That's Lutz, Florida, 33548.
Thank you.
Basically, Todd pretty much hit everything that needs to be hit on. My main thing is we didn't want to go through, hire an engineer to spend all the money to get all the engineering done and everything else, and then have the county come up afterwards and say, and then just vote it down, even though we got the DOT approval. And if we're able to get the conditional approval that as long as DOT approves that we can go out on 41, then we're okay with spending the money as far as that goes. Even if we put the residents there that it is zoned for, we still have to go out 41 too. It's very difficult to go through the environmental wetlands there. The ditch is about 6 foot deep, holding water the majority of the times. And then we would end up coming out right there at the Luch Elementary School at the roundy round where they drop the kids off at school. And, you know, we'd be coming through that way, bringing commercial traffic that way, which is not going to be that much commercial traffic because it's only going to be for one office, and that's our office.
All right.
That's it.
Thank you so much. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening, Isis Brown, Development Services, remand 230082 on November 7th, 2023 at the Board of County Commissioners. The applicant requested a remand to address trying to meet FDOT's request, as you heard from Mr. Pressman, and where we still stand, as we stood with previous, is that we were not able to confirm from FDOT, so we're back in a circle. But as it stands right now, we're favorable if access can be granted off of US 41, and based on, you know, review and where we are right now, the staff finds that the condition, you know, that it's not approvable at this time because of Planning Commission and transportation issues.
So you're not supporting the condition that he's proposing?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Is Mr. Ratliff or someone from transportation available?
He is available to speak.
Thank you.
Good evening. For the record, James Ratliff, Transportation Review Section, Development Services. I would want to point out that the information that Mr. Pressman was showing is including the comment that said from DOT the following information is required, local government review and approval. That's regarding a completeness review for a permit application. A permit application is an actual request for a permit for a physical connection. So of course, before the physical connection can be approved by DOT, they want to know that the proper zoning is in place. But really what's at issue here is the fact that we don't need local government approval before DOT can look at it and provide comments, which is the normal process that occurs through a zoning, is that DOT would look at it and provide conceptual comments using a different form. This form is, of course, for a permit application. And so, of course, they're going to say DOT or county approval is required. But again, DOT is simply saying, we can provide conceptual comments on whether or not these land uses are supportable, but they need analysis in order to do that. And that's not something, as we've heard, that the applicant is willing to provide it. So that's the issue. It's not that DOT is saying that they need government approval before they're going to look at it. They're saying they need government approval before they're going to permit it. And in order to give us comments, they need the studies that DOT has been asking for and the basic information so that they can opine as to whether or not this is too intensive a use or these uses may or may not be appropriate.
So the DOT document that I saw in the file that says we need these half dozen items, that's the information they're asking for so that they can give Mr. Pressman and his client an opinion as to whether he can gain access to US 41. Is that correct?
Correct, as a part of a permit application, but those are not necessarily all things, including the government approval. Government approval isn't required for them to provide conceptual commentary. The conceptual commentary part, because I've never seen anybody try to submit a form like this for an FDOT permit in lieu of the FDOT comment that normally occurs through the standard process. So, you know, DOT has no problem providing a conceptual review. They're saying the obstacle to them providing the conceptual review is the lack of any information to review. And so, you know, they need to have the studies that are provided and the things that they're asking for so that they can determine whether or not these land uses are appropriate, the intensity of the land uses they're asking for is appropriate, and so on. And ultimately whether a connection can or can't be granted to, to the state facility, and if so, under what conditions.
All right, thank you. That helps. I appreciate your perspective. All right, we'll go to the Planning Commission.
Andrea Pappendrew, Planning Commission staff. The site is in the residential 6 future land use category in the rural area and within the Lutz community plan. Excuse me. The restricted access is supportive of policy 16.5 but there is still significant compatibility concerns remaining with the commercial general uses in close proximity to existing single-family development on a site that does not meet commercial locational criteria and is not located within a Lutz community plan commercial node. Additionally, a commercial general zoning district is not a site plan controlled district, so monitoring and enforcing a restriction without a site plan is problematic. Policy 4.1 characterizes the rural area as low density, large lot residential uses and long-term agricultural uses that can exist without the threat of urban or suburban encroachment. The proposed would directly conflict with this policy, as the range of uses would allow for urban encroachment into the eastern residential area. Objective 9 and Policy 9.2, all development proposals must meet or exceed all local, state, and federal land development regulations. County Transportation and staff have already spoken about their objections, so I'm not going to restate them. The proposed rezoning does not meet the intent of the neighborhood protection policies, which establish that communities should be protected from incompatible land uses through mechanisms related to locational criteria, limiting commercial development and residential land use categories, and requiring the use of buffer areas between unlike land uses. Goal 7, the community design component, also indicates the need to preserve rural areas as viable residential alternatives to urban and suburban areas. While the applicant has provided a list of intended restricted uses for the proposed commercial general, the proposed zoning would not reflect a development pattern that is consistent with the character of the surrounding area. The site does not meet locational criteria. It's located over 1,300 feet from the nearest qualifying intersection at North US Highway 41 and Sunset Lane. Applicant did submit a waiver for review. Staff reviewed the waiver request and did not identify any unique circumstances that would lend support to the waiver. The site is abutting the commercial general zoning, but the proposed would allow for the potential of uses that would encroach into the existing single-family residential. So staff recommends the Board of County Commissioners denies the waiver request. The Lutz Community Plan vision desires to retain existing and encourage new commercial uses that are geared towards serving the needs of area residents that complements the character of the community. Proposed rezoning would directly conflict with the residential character located east, and the proposed site sits outside the desired area for commercial redevelopment. The property site is not within the existing 3 activity nodes along US Highway 41. Based upon the above considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning inconsistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, is there anyone online or in the room that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? Good evening, sir.
Evening. Jay Muffley, 102 Fifth Avenue Southeast, Lutz, Florida 33549. Sit on my front porch. This property is 200 feet in front of me. Now, we do agree with staff findings. However, knowing this piece of property, it's how do you get good use out of it? And oh, by the way, if they extend First Street, it's got to go over a 15-foot deep pond. First Street is not a viable. It's just, I've been reading this thing for a long time, and I agree with staff, it's not compatible. But it's also a crazy lot that you need to get use out of. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you coming down. If you could please sign in. Anyone else to speak in opposition? Seeing no one. Development Services, anything else?
No, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Pressman, you have the last word. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you again for the record, Todd Pressman. Mr. Ratliff is a lot smarter than I and deals with these issues at a much more expertise level. But the comment in writing is the comment in writing from FDOT. Clearly, there's an interest there to understand how the county is reacting to this. We have taken this up to a very higher level at FDOT, so I think that kind of changes the communications a little bit. We have had some communication with the district secretary, so I think this is a little bit outside the normal course. But I see the condition as no harm, no foul. It would be a condition that clearly the county commissioners want, as indicated in the record, in the minutes that I showed you, from my memory at the hearing as well, to get an indication or get an idea where FDOT is on this. And we've done our best at that, and the condition addresses it. So we appreciate your consideration, and we hope that you will be supportive of the condition presented.
Well, before you leave, let me just, I don't want to leave that comment hanging. Excuse me. You mentioned, I saw in the backup I was reading of the back and forth between you and the transportation staff and the comments and so forth. And I saw a mention of the district secretary. And so is it your testimony you've spoken to him and he's given you some favorable indication of access?
First of all, clarify, which I clarified with James after the report came out. He made a change in the report because I did not speak directly with the district secretary. Another individual was hired to do that. Those communications come from that individual to myself. And I think that I can fairly present those comments as pretty positive, but again, not any kind of consideration that it would be approved.
And that is because they are awaiting information to be submitted to them on the project to give them detail to actually review.
I believe that's part of it, and part of it as well is that hanging balance like a seesaw as to the wetlands, which are a critical issue. The commissioners had a lot of sensitivity to that I showed you. And again, FDOT and the county are both on the record about impacting the school traffic, which has very high peaks. So everyone's kind of looking at these different issues. How do we balance them? How do we best move forward as a group of interested parties? And I can only just say again that we believe that this condition allows that.
And you're asserting the condition such that the process would move forward without further contact with DOT. You'd prefer to go back to the board and have them vote and then go to DOT and ask them if they would give you access to 41? Is that how you'd like to proceed?
Yes, because if the commissioners, our thinking is if the commissioners approve the zoning pending that condition, that leaves the commissioners in a safe, positive position as to where that access is going to go, depending upon FDOT's decision.
And so what is the and I understand, thank you for that answer, but what is the objection to just providing DOT the information they want?
I think Mr. Bernstein verbalized that better than I. It's a pretty aggressive requirement for plans, civil, wetland, environmental studies. There's a pretty long list, and it's pretty expensive and pretty involved. Not pretty, but it is very involved and very costly. So that's of their concern in that respect. And I don't think it's unreasonable, I don't think you raised this point, but I don't think it's unreasonable to try and be able to move this forward at the most cost-effective and at the safest position for the county commissioners.
All right, thank you so much. I
Thank you.
appreciate it. And with that, we'll close rezoning 23-0082 and go to the next case.
Our next application is item C1, standard rezoning 24-0166. The applicant is requesting to rezone property from AR to AS1. Michelle Montalbano with Development Services will provide staff findings.
Good evening.
Good evening. This is Michelle Montalbano, Development Services. This is standard rezoning 24-0166. The applicant is requesting rezoning from AR to AS1 in order to subdivide an approximate 11.37 acre parcel. The applicant is proposing to subdivide a parcel to accommodate mobile home residential dwellings while keeping the existing single-family residence intact. The property is located in a rural area outside of Plant City. The surrounding properties consist of agricultural or residential uses, with the majority of lots being at least 1 acre in size. Abutting the subject site to the east are single-family conventional and mobile home dwellings zoned AS1. Along the south and west property boundaries is an AR zone property used for pasture. To the north is a property zoned 820223, which allows for agricultural uses or 3 single-family dwellings and is currently used for crop production. Comments from other agencies, such as transportation, found no objections to the proposal. Per the EPC's comments, it appears the south end of the property is occupied by wetlands, which may impact future subdivision plans. The proposed rezoning does not guarantee the number of lots that could be created under the new AS1 zoning district, nor is the request governed by the proposed layout. Due to the above considerations, staff finds the rezoning request approvable. The AS1 zoning district will keep the parcel consistent with the rural character, development pattern, and uses in the surrounding area.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, is the applicant here? Good evening. Give us your name and address, please.
Kelly Hopkins, 673 East Keysville Road, Plant City, 33567.
Thank you so much.
It's 11.37 acres that my grandfather left us, but there are several of us in the family. We're just looking to subdivide to keep the land in the family. We don't want to build an amusement park or anything. We just want to live there. The back half is like woodlands and wetlands. We don't intend to mess with any of that. We like it the way it is. We spoke with the environmental services and had them come out and survey before we actually subdivide to where we are finished. We'll have an actual surveyor come out. We understand that they told us that we have so much wetlands around the pond that we call the pit, and they don't guarantee how many lots we can make it, but we still want to do it because it's our grandfather's land.
Understood.
But I didn't prepare a PowerPoint, that's all I got.
You don't have to, it's okay. If that completes your presentation, though?
Yeah, I'm
Thank
done.
you, I
Thank
understand the request, thank you. If you could sign in with the clerk's office, that would be great. Planning Commission, please.
Andrea Papandrew, Planning Commission staff. The site is in the residential 1 future land use category. The rural area is not in a community plan. Per objective 4 for the rural area, low-density residential uses shall exist without the threat of urban or suburban encroachment. Policy 4.1 allows for densities higher than 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres if they are identified with a higher density land use category in the future land use map. Subject site is located within the residential 1 future land use category and is consistent with this policy direction. Objective 8 in its policies outline the maximum level of density, intensity, and permitted land uses. Residential 1 allows for up to 1 dwelling unit per acre. The requested agricultural single-family zoning to allow for mobile home lots on 1 acre plots is within the allowable maximum density and consistent with Objective 8 and policies 8.1, 8.2, and 8.3. Objective 9 and policy 9.2 require new developments to meet all local, state, and federal requirements. March 8th, 2024, EPC provided revised comments stating the site's current configuration does not require a resubmittal. And that request is consistent with Objective 13 and policy 13.6. At the time the Planning Commission staff's report, comments from zoning and transportation were not available, and so they were not taken into consideration for staff's analysis. Proposed rezoning meets the intent of the neighborhood protection policies of Objective 16. The development pattern of the surrounding area shows several other residential uses with varying lot sizes to the east, and the proposed would not present any adverse impact to the existing homes to the east or the agricultural uses to the west and the south. Requested zoning would reflect a development pattern that is in keeping with the existing development pattern. It also meets the community design component guidance on the rural residential character, specifically Goal 7, to preserve existing rural areas as viable residential alternatives to urban and suburban areas, and policy 7-1.2, which encourages a variety of housing product types, which supports development of mobiles in rural areas. Based upon the above considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you so much, I appreciate it. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition? Yes, opposition to this request. How many of you want to speak? Just one? Just one person? Two?
Yes, 2.
Okay. Then let me ask if there's anybody online. Is there anyone online that would like to speak in opposition? All right. There's no voice from above to tell me, so we'll just assume no. All right. So 15 minutes, which means you would have 7.5 minutes apiece. So if you want to come forward, give us your name and address. Yes. Go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Kara Stair, and I reside at 515 East Keysville Road, Plant City, Florida, 33567. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I'd like to tell you a little bit about our area of Keysville, Plant City. Our property and the property in question are located off of State Road 39. When you leave 39, you turn onto County Road 676, also known as Keysville Road. The four corners of Keysville are comprised of 3 stores, more likely convenience-style stores, 1 mobile home park. Once you leave 39, as you're going down Keysville toward this subject property, it mostly consists of single-family residential occupied area mixed with pastures and agricultural fields. It is a very rural area, and we are asking that it remain that way. While I have not yet had the opportunity to meet my neighbors who are seeking this rezoning change, I did know their relative from whom they inherited the property. John Hopkins was a very quiet neighbor who had some cattle of his own on his 11 acres. At one point, we had helped him with the cattle. We, repaired his fence. The neighbor south of him bought the material. We did the labor kind of thing. And this was necessary so his cattle wouldn't escape because he didn't, have a lot of help and means. So this being said, we're not trying to be disruptive neighbors in the sense that we're prohibiting his heirs from residing near one another in order to keep the family members together. It is our understanding that they desire to do this so they can care for each other and so they can take care of the property. We are expressing concerns over the density, the proposed 1 house per acre allowable in the long run, or when they actually subdivide the property. It's our understanding that once zoning is in place, they can then subdivide as much as they possibly can. We don't know that that's going to be, 3 more lots for a total of 4, or can they get 7 on what's left? I don't know. Funds are not available for us to do that, and we as lay people don't have the tools to do that. Further concern is that the neighbors, we all kind of feel like, the allowance of more mobile homes in the area, because not only are you going to that 1 house per acre, but also allowing mobile homes, it may very well lead to a reduction of our property values. Our final and main concern as property owners is the introduction of more stormwater runoff to our land, which is already very sensitive to runoff and flooding from the north prong of the Alafai River. More houses means more impervious areas, which means more runoff. Neighbors immediately to the south of this subject property have at times had concerns about their ability to leave their property during high rains due to flooding from washover from the subject property. They also have concerns about erosion to their driveway, which borders the subject property. Our particular property suffers from heavy rains in the respect that our cattle cannot always navigate through deep mud. In periods of heavy rain or flooding, we have to relocate them to higher ground. During heavy rains, you can actually see water from the subject property gushing out of the culvert, which runs under the drive to the neighbor to the south, and then it dumps directly onto our pasture. I did send video to the Planning and Zoning Commission regarding this, and I hope that they were able to see that. Neighbors to the south and west of subject property have had concerns too over the possibility of future flooding. Their residents had actually experienced approximately 4 feet of water in the house during Hurricane Irma. In addition to the potential impact affecting the immediate neighbors, we collectively have concerns about the development near the river basins in Hillsborough County. Increased development in these areas eventually impacts all of the existing residents and property owners downstream, causing more flooding and damage to those areas. We thank you in advance for taking the time to address our concerns and hope you will consider all aspects of the proposed rezoning.
Thank you so much. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office.
Pardon?
If you could please sign in
Sure.
with the clerk's office. Thank you so much. Next, please. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Michelle Hunt. My address is 322 Sea Island Way here in Tampa. My address is the physical address between the stairs and the Hopkins. It's 651 East Keysville Road in Plant City as well. So we have a driving lane. It goes in between the Hopkins property and the Stair property. And we go down low, and then that's the lane that Mrs. Stair was mentioning that we have trouble. It can be impassable at times with flooding. The last time I was there when it flooded was December of 2018, and I literally had to cancel a Christmas party because we couldn't, it was impassable. The road also erodes, and we're in a position now of having to do some repair on it, and that's the road that abuts the back of the Hopkins property. It's all cattle property. We have one home there and a pole barn, and it does flood because the back of the property is right up against the Alafai River. Our house doesn't flood, it's built up high, but I'm concerned about the ongoing problem with erosion on the road in our driving lane, which is access to the house, and that's where my brother and sister-in-law currently live. So while I want the Hopkins to have a good life and keep time together, I'm very concerned about, as Ms. Stair said, the property values and then the ongoing problem with erosion.
Let me ask you a quick question. The
Sure.
access road you're talking about, is that on your property?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. That was it.
Okay.
I appreciate it. If you could please
Thank
sign
you.
in. Thank you for coming down. I appreciate it. All right. Seeing no one else in opposition, we'll close that portion of the hearing and we'll go to development services. Ms. Heinrich, do you have anything to add?
Nothing further, ma'am.
Let me just ask you, there was a comment about introducing mobile homes with the AS1. Does AR, the current zoning, allow
Yes.
mobile homes?
It does.
It does, all right. And what would be the requirements if it were approved? They'd have to subdivide, they'd have to provide 1 acre lots. And
Correct.
just, if you could just give a little brief cursory presentation of that process, that subdivision process, what they would be obligated to do.
Sure. If this is rezoned to that district of AS1, it would have to comply with the AS1 zoning district standards, which, as you noted, is 1 acre, and 80% of that would need to be upland. And the minimum lot width is 150 feet. And then any homes on the property would have front and rear yard setbacks of 50 feet, and then side yard setbacks of 15. Depending how many are divided and how they're accessed, it may be by easement, it could be flag lots, or it could be a low-volume road. We don't know that at this time because it's dependent on the number of lots they use and then
Understood.
how much access they could or could not get on Keysville directly.
And is there an evaluation of the drainage condition in that process?
Yes.
And so they would have to make sure that they comply with requirements for the county in terms of drainage and wouldn't negatively affect the adjacent parcels.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
accurate? Okay, thank you so much. All right, the last word is by the applicant. So if you want to come back up, you have 5 minutes to address anything you want. You don't have to, but it's your opportunity.
Okay.
Just give us your name real
Hi.
quick.
Kelly Hopkins.
Thank you.
The south part of the property that abuts there, there's like 6 acres that we don't even want to touch. It's just woods and a slow seepage wetland. So like I can't move the river. We are all around the Alafaya River, but we're not planning to come right up to their driveway and spray a hose. We really want to leave the back half, the south half of the property, the way it already is. We're looking for mobile homes for my brothers and sister and me. We don't want to start a mobile home park. We don't want a trailer park. We just want to be able to subdivide the land. And even if we divide it smaller into fewer pieces, we still, in order to have the 80% uplands, we can't just divide it in 2 as an AR1 because the whole back half of the property is wetlands and woods. So we would still need to rezone it.
All right, thank you so much.
But that's all. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you for coming down. I appreciate it. We'll close rezoning 24-0166 and go to the next case.
Our next item is item C2, standard rezoning 24-0303. The applicant is requesting to rezone property that is currently ASC1 and AR to CIR. And I would note that there is a companion comprehensive plan amendment with this application, and that is scheduled to be heard on May 9th at the BOCC public hearing for comprehensive plan amendments. And also, there will be a revised staff report that will be provided to you by Isis Brown, who will be presenting staff findings after the applicant,
Okay.
with some updates to some of the restrictions that the applicant proposed.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll start with the applicant. Good evening.
Good evening, Hearing Officer Todd Pressman, 200 2nd Avenue South, number 451 St. Petersburg. This is rezoning 24-0303 in the Thonona-Sassa area. I have a PowerPoint up for you. This is comprised of 2 parcels which abut Interstate 4, again in the Thonona-Sassa area. Looking a little closer per the property appraiser, you can see they're pretty heavily forested as well. a number of conditions which are critical to this application. Number one, the use is specifically conditioned for one single use, which is outdoor storage of trench boxes, which you see an example here, which are the devices that hold the trench open for safety for workers inside. So this is a quiet, extremely low trips use, low activity, no infrastructure, no odors, no lights. The rezoning is from AR, NASC1 to CIR, again with that one restriction. And as Ms. Heinrich said, there's a companion comp plan amendment. Now, the second restriction is that we've included significant buffers to the north, 60 feet, to the west, 60 feet, and to the east, I think it says 30 feet. I did want to make one correction, a note, is that there is an existing driveway which we can orient towards the site, which would need to be in the buffer. Restriction number 3 is that where forestation exceeds what's required by code, the forestation will remain in place. So we want to take advantage of the very dense, very high screening that's in place in those buffers to really be sure we're buffering the screening really, really well. And this is a better view, more recent view from Bing Maps of the forestation on the site. This is a street view, as you can see, the very intensive screening, natural screening in place. Now, development services, they do get it. They note in their report that given the adjacent zoning development pattern, site characteristics, required buffering, screening, and setbacks, and the proposed use restrictions do provide appropriate mitigation for any potential impacts of the proposed rezoning. That's exactly what we're going after. Very low trips, good buffering, really mitigating the site considering where it's at. Now, these are a few pictures of their existing site. As you can see, it's very, very quiet, very low key. You can see some of the trench boxes stacked up in the corner, some a little bit closer up. This is just another view, very unassuming, very quiet, very low. All the elements that I was indicating to you. Now, additionally, as they stack these, if they're not collapsed, in either case, they always have wood structures in between, so they're not clanking or clanging down on each other. They're able to put them, stack them very quietly in that manner. And they just have.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but is this the subject property?
No, as I indicated, this is their existing site. So I took some pictures of the existing sites. You could see it's elsewhere in the county on a permissible property. And they just have one little accessory structure, not structure, but little shed on the site. So let's look at the uses in the immediate vicinity. Clearly, the most intensive use is Interstate I-4, which we abut. There's also land use, which has access on Kingsway further to the north. There's a fabrication site, as indicated by Google, and the FDOT way station. Now, this is a critical finding. The Planning Commission cites the area as predominantly made up of residential and agriculture uses, which is the same finding zoning makes. They note the proposal does not meet the intent because it's not compatible with surrounding area character. But the reality is, the biggest, most impacting 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week, loudest impacting roadway, if not one of the most impacting uses in the county, Interstate 4, has 154,000 vehicles per day, every day, abutting this site. So when the Planning Commission says this should be designed to relate and be compatible to the prominent character of the area, there's no mention whatsoever of Interstate 4. None, zero, which is the, by far, biggest characteristic of this immediate area. They note would not be allowed or would be a good site for commercial intensive use. But again, when you look at the site, again, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, 154,000 vehicles per day of impacting noise, odor, continuous activity, it's not appropriate for residential. It's appropriate for this specific use that is mitigated extremely well. In fact, across I-4, in 21, there was a request to increase the density of residential from 4 to 6, and that was denied. So I think we have to make a decision whether we're going to want residential on these thoroughfares, or we want a use that isn't bothered by the intensity and is well mitigated. They note, of course, the typical elements, gradual transition of intensities, differing land uses, buffering and screening. Those are things that we're doing. We're meeting all those. Also noting requiring buffering areas and screening devices between unlike land uses. And we are doing that. We're doing that beyond the requirements of the code, far beyond the developments of the code, to create a complementary use or mitigation of adverse impacts. That's exactly what we're doing. We are mitigating the adverse impacts. Now, transportation has some concerns. They make an analysis about the two parcels to the north could be anticipated to be involved in the rezoning development, which is absolutely not correct. It's wrong. There's no consideration of that nature. I don't know why they're considering that in their consideration. Further, this is Euclidean rezoning, no transportation analysis required. It shouldn't be required. All that's required through site planning and permits, including the required driveway permit. But we feel that transportation has gone further than they need to in regard to a Euclidean application. Also, the staff is applying an extreme category of a warehouse. This is not an Amazon warehouse. This is not anything even closely remote to it, but that was what staff has decided to use. The reality is, this gentleman's been in the business of trench boxes, storage, which is a very unique singular use, and they have a maximum of 4 to 5 trips per day. That's been proven over 25 years. There is a letter in the record from him, or an email from the letter, confirming that. Outdoor storage is not addressed in the ITE per the staff report. It can be very, very variable. And even staff indicates in their staff report that the requirements are evaluated at this time of plat and construction review in terms of transportation and driveway impacts. Not required now. They clearly state it's in the future. They only use 2 vehicles. They mostly use an F-150 with a trailer, or they do have 1 truck for the largers when they have 2 or 3 units go out. The most they ever have go out is 2 or 3. It's usually just 1, and it stays there for days, weeks, months. They come and pick them up. Very little traffic back and forth. So in transportation analysis that we had a transportation consultant look at, it's very similar to the existing single-family home that's there. And the average daily rate under that basis is 9.3 trips per day. This is a letter from the applicant as well, confirming his 25-year history of trips at a site of this nature. We were able to reach 1 neighbor, 1 property to the north, not the abutting property, but the next one, which is no opposition, and there's a letter in the file or in the record that supports that. I have been in touch with the abutting owner once, tried to reach out again, hadn't heard back. I don't know if they're here or not. Didn't indicate support or opposition in a phone call. Now, I do want to bring up one more element on HTV. I would like to drive home the point of the intensity of the interstate. If we could play those 2 short videos, please. The applicant site is on the other side of I-4. So again, how does the Planning Commission characterize this site? Surrounding development pattern is mostly comprised of large rural residential lots. Pretty much what zoning said as well. That determination or that characterization, in our opinion, with due respect, is absolutely incorrect. The abutting most intensive use is I-4. Besides I-275, the most intensive roadway, let alone perhaps the most intensive use in terms of impacts on adjacent properties. So looking over again those comp plan policies that they stated, we believe we meet them very clearly, that with all due respect to the staff, they get it right most of the time, but in this case, they've missed what the real characterization of the area is and what we're trying to move forward on. Zoning did recognize the compatibility in regard to the 1 statement. So with that, we appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it. If you could please sign in. I don't have any questions at this point. Development Services. Thank you. Okay.
Good evening, Isis Brown, Development Services, Standard Rezone 24-0303. The request is for two parcels totaling 8.57 acres, currently zoned ASC1 and AR, to commercial intensive restricted. The rezoning request is concurrent with a comprehensive plan amendment, CPA 24-003. And the request is to change the future land use of the site from residential 1 to light industrial. This staff report and this findings were prepared prior to the March 20 meeting where that finding would be. So as it stands right now, sorry. The subject parcel is located in the Res 1 future land use category, which can be considered for maximum density of up to 1 dwelling unit per maximum acre or 0.25 FAR for non-residential uses. The property is located along North Kings Road and designated a scenic corridor as well. Based on transportation's objection and the current future land use of Res 1, the request for CI is not compatible. And however, the applicant has proposed the following restrictions. Site specific to open storage, restricting storage to trench boxes only, provide extreme buffering and screening as graphically shown in the narrative, and then where the natural screening and forestation exceeds the code requirements, the natural screening and forestation will remain in place. Due to the objections from Transportation and Planning Commission, at this time, Development Services is not supporting the proposed request.
All right, thank you. It seems appropriate if Mr. Ratliff or someone from his group wanted to speak, would be a good time.
Yes, he does want to speak. He's available.
All right, Mr. Ratliff.
Good evening. For the record, James Ratliff, Transportation Review Section, Development Services. I guess let me start by just stating that the applicant did submit some a trip generation letter. It was not signed and sealed by a professional engineer licensed in the state of Florida, and it didn't address any of the geometric or safety issues that were raised by staff. And again, the concern when I reviewed those with the county engineer, those were concerns of his that needed to be addressed. And so we asked for a professional engineer to provide some additional information for consideration. Those were not addressed in any way or responded to in any way, and so we really are just left with nothing on the record regarding those. The applicant states that there's a low trip generation in their opinion. Again, there's nothing that was submitted by a professional engineer. It's true that ITE doesn't address those issues, or address that particular land use. And again, open storage, there's all types of different open storage. ITE could possibly collect data on every type that's out there, which is why we have a standard methodology. We didn't use warehouse, we used mini warehouse and a set formula, which is how we evaluate every single open storage use to keep it consistent. Again, the applicant was saying that there's low trip generation, but was not proposing any restrictions to that effect or anything of that nature. And again, even if they were, that doesn't fail or that doesn't address the considerable potential life safety issues that are there. Also, the conflict with the proposed access and the buffering that's being proposed was completely unaddressed. So again, they say that the applicant or analysis isn't required and they want to defer these issues to site and subdivision, but they aren't addressing what happens when and if we find that these are bright line safety issues that cannot be resolved. So again, deferring analysis to site and subdivision when there are critical concerns or when you have marginal access at best and questions regarding life safety issues is not in the public's best interest. So again, we are here for any questions that you have. Otherwise, I think everything's included in the staff report.
No, I don't think so. Mr. Ratliff, I've read your agency comments that are very thorough, and so I understand your perspective. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the Planning Commission.
Andrea Papandrew, Planning Commission staff. Site is in the Residential 1 Future Land Use category in the rural area, and the site is located within the Thanona-Sassa Community Plan. Policy 4.1 characterizes the rural area as low-density, large lot residential. The site is within the rural area, and the proposed rezoning to commercial intensive restricted is not similar in character to the surrounding area. Commercial intensive uses may not be considered in the Residential 1 Future Land Use category, as this category only allows for neighborhood serving commercial uses. Per the definition section of the comprehensive plan, neighborhood serving commercial uses include those permitted by the commercial neighborhood and commercial general zoning districts, not the uses permitted by commercial intensive zoning. The rezoning would not be consistent with Objective 9 and Policies 9.1 and 9.2, as the area is predominantly made up of residential and agricultural uses. At the time of staff's report, comments from transportation staff were not yet available, so they were not included in staff's analysis. Proposal does not meet the intent of Objective 16 and its Policies 16.1, 16.2, 16.3, and 16.10 that require new development, infill, and redevelopment to be compatible with the surrounding area in character, lot size, and density. Goal 12 and Objective 12-1 of the community design component requires new developments to recognize the existing community and be designed to relate to and be compatible with the predominant character of the surrounding area. Surrounding development pattern is mostly comprised of large rural residential lots. Proposed rezoning to commercial intensive to allow the open storage of trench boxes does not align with the character of the surrounding area and presents significant compatibility concerns given the rural residential nature of the area. Site does not meet the goals and strategies of the Thanona-Sassa Community Plan. Community control goal strives to empower the residents, property owners, and business owners in setting the direction and providing ongoing management of Thanona-Sassa's future growth and development. Sense of community goal ensures that new development maintains and enhances Thanona-Sassa's unique character and sense of place and provides a place for community activities and events. Based upon the above considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning inconsistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
Ms. Papandrew, let me just ask you for the record, what were the findings of the Planning Commission on the comprehensive plan amendment to light industrial?
That has not gone to the public hearing. It just went to the board workshop on March 20th. Michelle, am I correct on that?
Yes, that's scheduled to be heard with this application on May 9th.
And so were a Planning Commission staff report filed with that?
So this, for May 9th, I do not believe we have filed our report. To the best of my knowledge, I don't believe we've filed our report yet. This staff report for ZHM was due March 13th and didn't go to the board till March 20th, which is when they make their decision to link the rezoning and the plan amendment. So we did our analysis based on the existing future land use category, which is residential 1, not what's proposed for light industrial.
Understood. Okay, thank you so much for that clarification. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? All right, no one. Ms. Heinrich, anything else?
Just for when the applicant comes up, I just wanted to make sure that the videos that were shown were in your PowerPoint that was given to the clerk's office?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Just wanted to make sure, so that's in the record. Thank you.
All right, then, Mr. Pressman, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Yes, I'd like to note that we sent out 27 notices and to one HOA. Clearly, no one has been in opposition, so we're very glad for that. I will say that we differ with the staffs quite a bit. I think I've made a number of points. I won't repeat those and go through those, except on transportation. Reading from the transportation report, they note for projects with an Euclidean zoning designation, transportation impacts, site access, substandard road issues, site layout, design, other issues related to the project, compliance with other Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, LDC, are evaluated at the time of plat, site, construction plan review. Further, I'm going to emphasize that the staff, the transportation staff, and believe me, James Raffa is a lot smarter than I, but there are points in the staff report of how they reviewed this, that including other parcels with this project is absolutely incorrect. There's no other parcels involved except these two. Applying a trip level or trip count that is much higher than what will occur here. And I do stand corrected, by the way. It is mini warehouse. Not, I said Amazon warehouse. That was my error, so I do want to correct that. But if an additional condition is certainly acceptable, as indicated by the applicant, maximum 4 or 5, or we'll say 5 trips per day, that's certainly acceptable. That's the first I heard that. Maybe that should have been a little bit more of a discussion, but that is a condition that is acceptable and we're happy to move forward with. So in regard to compatibility, in regard to transportation, in regard to the specific use and restrictions we're making, we believe it fits very well, and clearly we have no one opposed from the immediate area. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it. All right, then with that, we'll close rezoning 24-0303 and go to the next case.
Our next application is item C3, standard rezoning 24-0323. The applicant is requesting to rezone property that is currently AS1 to RSC4. Michelle Montalbano with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
All right. Mr. Pressman, it's your night tonight, it seems.
Todd Pressman, 200 2nd Avenue South, number 451 in St. Petersburg. This location is in Valrico. As you can see, it's on North Valrico Road. Per the property appraiser, this is the location. Looking a little closer, again, fronting on North Valrico Road. The issue is from AS1 to RSC4 for single-family homes. The area is just a sea of R4 as far as the eye can see, 4 units per acre. On the zoning map, the site is AS1, and you can see that there's RS4 across the street. There's a development that is equal to RSC 4.8, and you can see RSC 6 as well in the immediate vicinity. The applicants purchased the property, which is in really bad shape and under code enforcement. As you can see here, this is before. They did a beautiful cleanup and are finishing up with code enforcement now. Again, my understanding is that they purchased the property with these code enforcement elements on it. This is a notice of compliance, which goes along with the property. Development Services note that it is in line with the current development trends in the area for single-family residential. To the east, as I've indicated, RSC4, PD 020425, which neighbors site along the south, and these property boundaries contain single-family homes with similar development standards. Planning Commission as well is compatible with the existing development pattern surrounding area due to the existing single-family homes to the north, west, and east of the subject site. They find that it complements the residential development in the area. So as you can see from a Google mapping, the residential in the area, and these are just selected homes which are abutting to the south and east, just to give you an idea of the immediate area. Adjacent east to the subject site, east to 1 street north as well. So with that, we appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it. No questions at this time. Development Services.
Good evening, Michelle Montalbano with Development Services. The applicant is requesting to rezone an approximate 3.94 acre property from AS1 to RSC4 in order to facilitate residential development at a higher density. The property is currently occupied by a vacant single-family dwelling. The property is located in a residential area in Valrico. The proposed RSC4 zoning district is in line with the current development trends in the area for single-family residential. To the east of the subject site are dozens of single-family homes in the RSC4 zoning district. PD 020425, which neighbors the site along the south and east property boundaries, contains single-family homes with similar development standards to the RSC4 and RSC3 zoning districts. Adjacent to the site to the north are RS1 zone properties currently occupied by a single-family dwelling and a plant nursery. Comments from other agencies, including transportation, found no objections to the proposal. Natural Resources identified that the property is likely within an Eagle's Nest buffer zone, which will be further evaluated and regulated when plans are submitted for site and subdivision review. For these reasons, staff finds the rezoning request approvable. The RSC4 zoning district is consistent with the development pattern, zoning districts, and uses in the surrounding area.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Planning Commission.
Andrea Pappinger, Planning Commission staff. The site is in the residential 4 future land use category in the urban service area and is not located within a community plan. The applicant is requesting to rezone to residential single-family conventional 4 to allow for single-family residential development. The site is within the urban service area, recording objective 1 of the future land use element, 80% of the county's growth is to be directed. Policy 1.4 requires all new developments to be compatible with the surrounding area. Subject site is proposing compatible growth and is consistent with policy 1.4 and objective 1. Character of each land use category and its potential uses must be evaluated for compliance with policies 8.1, 8.2, and 8.3. The site is located within the residential 4 future land use category, allowing up to 4 dwelling units per acre. Maximum allowable density on the site would be 15 dwelling units total. According to Objective 9 and Policy 9.1 and 9.2, all development proposals must be permitted within the future land use category and meet or exceed all local, state, and federal land development regulations. The proposed rezoning is compatible with the residential 4 future land use category. At the time of uploading this report, transportation comments were not available and were not taken into consideration for staff's request, or staff's report, excuse me. Applicant is proposing to rezone for single-family residential development. Policy 16.10 states that any density increase shall be compatible with existing, proposed, or planned surrounding development. Residential 4 surrounds the subject site on all sides. The proposed change is compatible with the existing development pattern due to the existing single family to the north, west, and east of the subject site. Proposed is consistent with Goal 12, Objective 12-1, and 16, and policies 12.1, 16.1, 16.2, 16.3, 16.5, 16.8, and 16.10. Based upon the above considerations, Planning Commission staff finds proposed rezoning consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request?
Madam
Okay.
Chair, we have 3 online.
How many people
in
online?
opposition. We have 3 online in opposition, the first one being Deborah McClure.
Okay, just a second. Let me get a count of how many people in the room would like to speak. If you could raise your hand if you want to speak. So we have 3, so a total of 6. No, one more. So 4 in the room that want to speak. Is that correct? Okay. So 7. So we'll do you have any order that you would like to have? The people in there in the room, do you have any preference as to whether the people online go first? Online? Okay. All right. So with 7, we'll do, just to be fair, we'll do 3 minutes apiece. We'll go a little over just given the number of people. So if we could have the people online go first at 3 minutes apiece and give us your name and address to start.
Okay, we can start with Deborah McClure. She's first on the list.
Thank you. Deborah McClure, 603 Cottage Grove Circle, Valrico, Florida. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to the Zoning Hearing Master public meeting. My name's Deborah McClure. My husband and I are residents of Valrico Village, one of the first neighborhoods in Valrico. My husband's brother also lives with us. Susan Phillips, our neighborhood chairperson, is also in attendance virtually. She and I are representing the interest of our neighbors of Valrico Village who reside on Oak Isle Drive or Cottage Grove Circle. Our neighborhood is located in the 600 block of North Valrico Road, just south and to the west of the proposed zoning change request. There definitely are eagles that live in the immediate area. We've been watching them for many years. When we bought our home 20 years ago, there was a beautiful orange grove, also peacocks roaming across the street from our house. 2 months later, the grove was gone, and Valrico Heights subdivision arose. Now there are 40 houses there and about 80 cars. The traffic on Valrico Road is heavy, fast, consistent, and dangerous. Thousands of cars transit Valrico Road daily. Pedestrians and dozens of bicycles, electric scooters, and electric wheelchairs travel on the heavily broken and incomplete sidewalks. My brother-in-law, who is permanently in an electric wheelchair, actually has already encountered obstructions and broken concrete, and he's been thrown into a tree on Valrico Road in the past year. Cars drive across the sidewalk when we're walking our dogs there. We've been walking dogs for 20 years in the area. We still walk several times daily, and we have observed many accidents in this stretch of road. Our concern for the proposal is the quarter-acre lots, which would result in 12 new houses and approximately 24 additional vehicles, given that Hillsborough County has an average of 2 cars per household. I will note that my neighbor has 4 vehicles and we have 3 vehicles at our house, so 2 per household is a bit conservative. The traffic is already tenuous enough in the area. There is 1 northbound lane and 1 southbound lane on Valrico Road in this area. When we need to make a left-hand turn out of the exit of our neighborhood to go north on Valrico Road, sometimes it takes nearly 10 minutes for the traffic to clear and to be able to safely cross.
Ma'am, that's the end of your time. If you could just wrap it up quickly.
Thank you. We would love to have 1-acre lots there, but we would sure request that the zoning master deny the request for 1 house per quarter-acre and instead restrict the area to half-acre lots. Thank you so much.
Thank you for participating. Next, please, online.
Susan Phillips, you're muted.
Hi, my name is Susan Phillips. I live at 602 Cottage Grove Circle, Valrico 33594, and I've been here for 31 years. I concur with Deborah McClure, what she said. It's all true. There's been nothing done to Valrico Road in the 30, as far as alleviating some of the traffic. The lanes aren't any bigger. We were told they were going to 4-lane it at some point years ago. I can't tell you when. There was going to be a traffic light put in at Front Street so that the danger of turning out there. But more houses and more cars are only going to increase the amount of accidents and the amount of problems that are going to be forced onto Valrico Road. In just the last 2 weeks, I have witnessed on State Road 60, there is a huge, going east at Valrico Road and State Road 60, a huge backup in the left-hand lane, which is creating a lot of danger. And if we put more cars out there, there's going to be serious accidents. As you well know, State Road 60, they don't drive 45 or 50, they drive 60 or 70. And so I'm very concerned about myself getting out of the Valrico parking lots and turning left onto Valrico Road. So I thank you for your time. I hope that, as Deborah said, that you would consider 1/3 of an acre lot instead of 4 per acre. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate it. All right. The last person online, please.
The last one on the list is Tony Fernandez.
Hi there, good evening. Thank you for your time. My name is Tony Fernandez. I live at 710 Valrico Hills Lane, 33594, and I concur with both the ladies who mentioned exactly what needs to be said. I wanted to add that our character of our neighborhood is very family-oriented, a single-family home. My girl was born here. I've been here for 8 years with no issues. And I feel like it's very peaceful and quiet
Sir,
here.
can I stop you real quick? I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the county has a policy that you have to be on camera to participate online. So if you don't mind turning on your camera, that would be terrific.
I'm so sorry about that, ma'am. I'm sorry about that. Here we go. Right. Yeah. Can you see me now?
There you are. Yes. Go ahead.
Yes. I just wanted to say that, as the ladies mentioned, that, we've been here for about 8 years now, and the neighborhood is very quiet. We were talking about the traffic itself going left or right, either way is going outside of the neighborhood is very, very difficult. Adding additional 12 to 15 lots, houses, which would be fence to every house, and about 40 houses within our neighborhood, that's going to be 25% of the houses going to get affected with the construction that is happening, which is going to be about 3-4 years with noise pollution, sound pollution, and everything like that. So that's something that we should consider about. That's all I got. I mean, say if anybody wants to take my time, go ahead and do that, please.
All right, thank you, sir. I appreciate it. All right,
Madam Chair, this is communications. We do have one more virtual. They signed up as an applicant, but it looks like they're in opposition as well. It's an April Williams.
all right. Let's take that last person online then.
Yes, hi. My name is April Williams. I live at 2114 Valrico Heights Boulevard, Valrico, Florida, 33594. And we've lived here for 19 years, and understandably, with the previous homeowners voicing their concern, traffic is an issue. I'm not sure who does the studies or what they determine as big traffic concerns, but again, it's hard to judge how fast people go. It can take upwards of 5 to 7 to 9 minutes to take a left out of this subdivision to head south on Valrico Road towards 60. There's railroad tracks very, very close, and so if there's a train, you can pretty much forget about it trying to get out. So I agree with the previous homeowners' concerns that the lots be made bigger to alleviate the increase in number of people and cars and traffic on the road. And also, in looking at the application, I didn't see any kind of site plan whatsoever. So I've received information that says up to 17 dwellings. The planning commissioner just said 15 dwellings. So I find it hard to really voice an objection if I don't really know what's going on. And my property does abut adjacent directly south to this entire piece of property. So I would like to know how many dwellings are going in there, as I will share a property line with them. So that's my objection, is because of traffic concern and, you know, what kind of dwellings are going in.
All right, thank you for that. I appreciate your testimony. All right, so we'll go to the people in the room. If everyone that wants to speak, if you could all come forward and line up, please. It speeds up the process a little bit. So we have everybody that wants to speak that's in the room come and line up. All right, and whoever wants to go first, come forward and give us your name and address, please. You have 3 minutes each. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Tom Levitt, 2015 Kaiser Drive is my address. I am on the actual west side of this exact piece of property. My house would be facing, my backyard would be facing right at that house. I have been having conversations with code enforcement over this property for some time. I've also had many discussions with Transportation Department about the traffic. What you've already heard on the screens, okay, are all valid reasons that I could probably express as well, but I won't go into all that. We have a problem with the zoning of quarter-acre sites, if we even consider it. I have 14 homes on my street on Kaiser Drive. They've all been there 30 or more years. And I've been the newbie on the block. I've been there 5 years, so I've seen it, the traffic go on in that. I watched the semis go by, the U.S. Postal Service trucks use that road, and everything that the Transportation Department says doesn't happen, it happens. I've talked to them about speeding on the road. You've heard all the discussions about trying to drive right or left or whichever one it might be. I go a lot of times to the north, and when I go out, I've got to wait a while, okay, to get out of there. You've heard about the Eagle's Nest. That is right next door. That's in the adjacent property. If they're still there, okay, I'm assuming they are because they've been there for 5 years now. And we've got some sandhill cranes that like to cross that road on a regular basis. They're very good at getting across the highway, though. They figure out how to maneuver the cars. Okay, the traffic's only getting worse. And I can't see the benefit in putting a complete development over there when you've got a single home that was there and the properties around there on the west side of the street are all larger homes, all larger pieces of parcel, or all larger parcels, and the ones adjacent to it as well. Okay. I feel like it's going to devalue our property. Okay, and most of us have been there in that area for 25 to 30 years, and if we had to go a route, I would suggest that perhaps we think about maybe half an acre per site. Okay, and I'll yield my time.
That's the end, though. If you could sign in, please, with the clerk's office before you sit down. Thank you. Next, please. Good evening.
Hello. My name is Dan Peterson, residing at 2004 Capri Road in Valrico. We live west of the subject property across Valrico Road. We've had pretty good sampling of some of the opposition here, but I also wanted to mention in terms of neighborhood opposition that may not be represented tonight. To the best of our knowledge, no notices were mailed to anyone on our street about the rezoning. The hearing sign was up for about 2 weeks and has been laying on the ground for the past several weeks. The pictures shown by the applicant were reflective only of the smallest lots in the area, I would note. We have concerns about water drainage, how much of the property would be reserved for water retention. Again, no site plan. We don't know anything about what this plot of land is going to look like in terms of how it will be developed. The property to the north of the subject property is a 4+ acre lot with one single family home, and the same for the lot beyond that further north. The property to the south and the east of the subject property is a subdivision with approximately 30 homes. We have concerns about density. Going from one home on the subject property is similar to the property to the north, and it's not very scientific, but if I look at the area on Google Maps and try to superimpose a typical home of the same size property lot from the subdivision to the south, I am unable to fit anywhere close to 15 single-family homes on that plot of land, just again by copying one of the properties south of it in the subdivision on top of that lot. I can't fit 15 homes in there. Neighbors have concerns about increased density as it relates to traffic. There's, as it was mentioned, there's a very busy railroad track, so a quarter of a mile south. That creates a lot of stop-and-go traffic along Valrico Road. The current driveways for subject property is directly across from our road and gives us our only access to Valrico Road. We have struggled to pull out onto Valrico with the traffic levels today. A street for these 15 home subdivisions directly across from Capri would dramatically increase wait times for the 18 residents on our road. That's 30 more cars we'd have to interact with. I'm disappointed that traffic folks did not contribute to the staff testimony to try to talk some more about that. But again, one of the bottom lines, you know, they're allowed to do what they want with the property, but we are asking for compatibility and a lower density per acre.
Thank you, sir, for coming down.
Thank
If
you.
you could please sign in.
Sure.
Next, please. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jackie Marcelin. I am a property owner and resident at 1905 Capri Road, Valrico, Florida, 33594. I also oppose the rezoning, basically reiterating what the previous speakers have said. The traffic is definitely a major reason. With the rezoning property being directly across from us, off of Capri Road, will be barricaded. It's difficult for us right now to navigate turning right or left off of Capri Road. We're at the mercy of people stopping and letting us turn right now. In addition, the proximity of the railroad track is also a hindrance. It's hard when, you know, we have to consistently wait for commercials and train to pass by. So definitely, I strongly oppose the rezoning of this property. And I thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank
I
you
yield
so
my
much.
time.
Thanks for coming down. I appreciate it. Last person. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Michelle Logan, and I too live on Capri, 2002 Capri Road in Valrico. I also oppose the rezoning for multiple reasons, same as the others. A couple things I can add is that the road Capri does have 20 houses and all acre homes. I've counted 50 to 55 cars. We have no other exit to get out. As you've heard, the traffic is horrendous. The original family home that was right across the street was a beautiful house with a beautiful driveway with beautiful crepe myrtles. It has all been knocked down at this point, and we are worried about the eagles and the animals in the area, along with having houses. We can't figure out anymore how many houses they're talking about. We're a little confused with what's going to be there, but the fact that we're talking about a quarter of an acre compared to the 1 acre houses that are mostly surrounding this property concern us. What is the square footage? What is the average pricing of this? This is going to devalue what we have, and we've had, you can hear, for many, many years. Besides that, we would really are nervous about the fact that that one driveway that comes out of that property right now is literally right across Capri Road. If you go down Capri Road, you will notice that there aren't any, I can't say any, but very little, if none, that cross immediately into another house or into a subdivision. They're scattered or they're offset so that you don't have that immediate unless there's a light. So that is a major concern on how whoever's going to be living there, where they're coming in and out. And I would love for it to be looked at to be put into 1 acre lots instead of anything smaller to keep that value and that density down. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming down. All right, then with that, we'll close opposition testimony and we'll go to development services. Ms. Heinrich, anything further?
The only things I would add quickly for you is we were advised of some questions from the public regarding notice before the hearing. We did check that and found that notice was properly made, including about 3 or 4 notices to the HOA because they own some property within that notice boundary. So also that the sign was posted. If it fell down or was removed, unless we're told, we do not know that, but we do have the proof that it was posted in February. And also in regards to the Eagle's Nest, Natural Resources is aware of that. They have looked at it and they stated that within the buffer, which this is, the Eagle's Nest is not on the property, it's within the buffer, that you can build within the buffer. However, during nesting season, that would not be permitted, and that is handled when they come in for site.
All right, and then the last question about the transportation. I did see the transportation comments that they didn't object to the application.
Correct, and they are available if you have any questions for them.
I think given the amount of testimony about it, we'll touch base with Mr. Ratliff and see if he has any quick comments.
Good evening, Madam Hearing Master. This is Richard Perez, Transportation Section. Staff did review this Euclidean zoning. Given the limited information available, as is typical for a Euclidean rezoning, staff did evaluate the proposed trip generation under a worst-case scenario if the site were to be built out to its maximum potential, and evaluate some reasonable level of development under the proposed designation that could be supported based on our access management standards. A project's potential transportation impacts, its site access requirements, any substandard road issues, layout design, are evaluated for compliance with the county's policies, codes, standards at the time of plat, site construction review. Staff did not identify any concerns that would require a more detailed staff report beyond what is typical of the standard rezoning review.
Mr. Perez, just real quick. So I'm looking at your agency comments, and it looks like you evaluated it based on 15 dwelling units. And the applicant hasn't, to my knowledge, committed to the number because it's a Euclidean district, but that's what your evaluation was based on, was 15 homes. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, with that, then we'll go back to the applicant for rebuttal. Mr. Pressman.
Just in short order, again, for the record, Todd Pressman. So Sites located in a C of Res 4. Staff's indicated there's plenty of RSC4 in the immediate vicinity. Clearly, the Euclidean maximum, as we understand, is 15 units, but that number and yield will be less depending upon stormwater requirements and setbacks and buffers and things of that nature. So that maximum of 15 units is not expected to be the reality. But even at that level, the AM peak is 11, the PM peak is 14. It's a very small impact, very small addition of use. And with Mr. Perez's comments, we appreciate his comments and happy to answer any questions you might have.
No other questions. I
Thank you.
appreciate it. Thank you. We'll close rezoning 24-0323 and go to the next case.
Our next item is item C4, standard rezoning 24-0356. The applicant is requesting to rezone property from RSC6 to CGR. Carol Ann Peddle will present staff findings after the applicant, and I believe the applicant may be attending virtually.
Okay. Is the
Hi,
applicant?
my name.
Good evening.
Hi, can you hear me? Hi, good evening. My name is Justin Marks. Address is 19115 Crooked Lane in Lutz, Florida. First of all, thank you guys very much for having us. Hopefully this is quick for you guys. We are trying to do a country store cafe in the Lutz area. We're a small family, and we just want to bring something local to the community that there isn't currently. And we need this property for parking. And right now, you know, the lot that we took over is zoned residential, and we just need it for a parking lot. And it's a very small area, and we're just trying to keep in zone with the neighborhood and try to get to the same feel of what used to be there, which has kind of grown into more industrial. So we're trying to bring what was formerly Lutz back to Lutz, and that's pretty much what we're trying to do. That's all we have.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. We'll go to Development Services.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Development Services, Carol Ann Peddle. This is standard rezoning 24-0356. The applicant is requesting to rezone the property from RC6 to CG with restrictions. The restriction is written as the eastern 50 feet of folio 13860.004, Lot 7, Block 15 of Plat, Book 1, page 128, East-North Tampa Plat, shall be restricted to only parking and utility uses. The subject parcel is located along the eastern portion of North U.S. Highway 41 in an area comprised of CG, CN, and LDC and RSC 6 zoning districts. To the east of the property and along North U.S. Highway 41, the properties are a mixture of commercial and residential uses. To the west of the subject property and across North U.S. Highway, the uses consist of county-owned properties and single-family residential uses. Therefore, the property is the property is separated from the north and south by platted right-of-way, further buffering the lot. Additionally, all surrounding properties have a future land use designation of R6. Again, the subject parcel will be restricted to uses limited to parking and utilities. Based on the above consideration and proposed restrictions, staff finds the proposed CGR rezoning district is compatible with the existing areas zoning districts and development pattern. Therefore, the staff finds the request approvable.
Thank you so much. Planning Commission.
Andrea Papandrew, Planning Commission staff. Site is in the residential 6 future land use category in the rural area. Site is located within the Lutz community plan. The proposed parking lot would accommodate parcel 13859.000, which is also owned by the applicant as a proposed local family-owned and operated general store. The future land use element permits new development within the rural area that is similar in character to the existing community. Policy 4.1 characterizes the rural area as low-density, large lot residential. The proposed is similar in character to the commercial general uses to the immediate west, north, and south, and is consistent with policy direction. Policies 9.1 and 9.2 allow for approved zoning that is consistent with the comprehensive plan and developments that meet the regulations established by Hillsborough County. At the time of this staff's report, we had not received transportation comments, and they're not reflected in our analysis. The proposal meets the intent of Objective 16 and Policies 16.1, 16.2, 16.3, and 16.10 that require new development, infill, and redevelopment to be compatible with the surrounding area in character, lot size, and density. Goal 12 and Objective 12-1 of the community design component requires new development to recognize the existing community and be compatible with the predominant character of the surrounding area. Surrounding land use pattern is made of light commercial and single-family uses and vacant land. Parcel to the immediate east is vacant. The site meets the commercial character strategies in the Lutz Community Plan. The Lutz community seeks to ensure that commercial development and special uses are properly placed to enhance the utility and historic character of the downtown. Lutz downtown is at the intersection of Lutz, Lake Fern Road, and US Highway 41, and recognized as a community activity center, and the site is directly east of this intersection. Based upon the above considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? All right, no one. Ms. Heinrich, anything else?
Yes, I would just add for you in case when you're reviewing this after this hearing, if you're wondering about the verbiage of the restriction, the applicant has told us he intends to combine this lot with the lot to the west, and then together that will be recognized under that folio referenced. So that is why it's referenced as the east 50 feet of that folio. Because I know today if you were to look at the folio, there would be no east 50 feet because it's a small,
I see.
narrow lot.
He'll
So,
subdivide it out.
yes, that was written in expectation as the applicant has told us that he will be combining those lots.
Understood. Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it. All right, sir, as the applicant, you have the last word. If you'd like, you don't have to take it.
I just wanted to thank everybody at the Zoning Commission, Michelle and Carol Ann, been super helpful because we're new to this and it's been a complicated process, but thank you very much. And we'll
Thank
let
you.
guys
I
get back
appreciate
to it.
those comments. Thank you. All right, then with that,
Thank
we'll
you.
close rezoning 24-0356 and go to the next case.
Our next application is D1, PD rezoning 23-0774. The applicant is requesting to rezone property from AR to PD. I would note that this is traveling with a comprehensive plan amendment, which is scheduled for the May 9th BOCC public hearing for comprehensive plan amendments.
All right.
And Tanya Chapella with Development Services has reviewed this, and she'll present staff findings after the applicant.
Okay, is the applicant here? Good evening.
Good evening, Ann Pollock, 433 Central Avenue in St. Petersburg, representing the owner, Orange Blossom at Stone Lake, and applicant. Representatives of the owner are here tonight, as well as our engineer and our traffic engineer. Okay. Pardon me, it's my first time doing a PowerPoint, so I'm going to do my best. Sure, you just go with that. Yeah, awesome, thanks. Okay. So the property is located on Thanodasassa Road, 37.11 acres, just east of Thanodasassa Lake. It's in the rural service area and the Thanodasassa Community Plan area and is currently vacant. To the north and west is a 160-lot single-family development called Stone Lake Ranch with 1.5 and 2 acre lots. To the east is a construction access road and private property for Stone Lake, and then agricultural, single family, and then rural residential and agricultural lots further east. To the south is a mobile home park, single family and agricultural. A brief summary of the request. This is a PD rezoning to allow a single family conventional subdivision with a max of 27 units on the 37 acre parcel. We do have a contemporaneous comp plan amendment application from AR 15 to Res 1. The Planning Commission unanimously found the comp plan amendment consistent and recommended approval, and it will be heard with the board also with this zoning. Access to the property is onto Thanodasassa Road at the south, and then we have an emergency access on the east side. We will be making pretty major improvements to Thanodasassa by widening and repaving the road from the project entrance all the way to McIntosh Road per our design exception, which was deemed approvable by the county, and no variances are being requested. county staff report recommended approval with no objections from any reviewing agencies, and the Planning Commission provided a detailed report on how the project's consistent. We wanted to briefly go through that tonight for you. It's consistent with the Res 1 category, which the intent is to designate area for rural residential uses compatible with short-term agricultural uses. It's found widely throughout the Thanodisasa Community Plan area, or there's similar density that's been approved via the flex provision in the past. Maximum density is 37 units, but as I stated, we're only proposing a max of 27. And there are comparable densities nearby that I'll get into in just a moment. The Planning Commission found that the proposed rural residential use meets the intent of the Res 1 category. We are also consistent with the rural area policies, and the Planning Commission confirmed this in its report. We will be providing private well and septic, so no extension of county utilities into the rural service area. The project is in Thanodisasa, which is a rural community guided by its community plan. So I wanted to point out some key provisions in the Thanodisasa community plan. It requires a minimum of 1 acre residential lots, which is what we're proposing. And goal 3, I think, really gets at what the community plan is looking for. It's a balance of a variety of uses, including residential, and it encourages agriculture, protection of private property rights, and development of rural residential housing, which is what we're doing here. We find that the project contributes to the vision of the plan, providing rural residential housing in a location appropriate for greater density, compatible with the area, and in a manner that will continue to protect the area's rural character. And the Planning Commission confirms that this request meets the intent of Goal 3 and the Thanodisasa Community Plan. Also consistent with the neighborhood protection policies, the policies of Objective 16 really are to protect and ensure compatibility with the surrounding area, and we've done that through creating like and complementary uses. There's low density, large lot, single family residential to the north, to the west, and to the east. We are also mitigating adverse impacts through our lot sizes and setbacks, reduced height from what's currently allowed in the agricultural district, access planning, and the road improvements that we're going to be doing to Thanodisasa Road. The Planning Commission found that the creation of single family residential lots would be consistent with these policies. The policies also work to protect the neighboring area by ensuring the project reflects the character of the area. And we're doing that through the professional site planning and design, the minimum 1 acre lots, the fact that we are not requesting any variances to the rural development standards, and that there are similar uses adjacent and generally along Thanodisasa to the east and to the south. The county and the Planning Commission agree, and I've included a few quotes from their reports, identifying that the uses are comparable to the surrounding residential uses and the proposed layout is compatible with the surrounding development pattern, that the proposed 1 acre minimum lot sizes for residential would be compatible with the surrounding area and consistent with Objective 16, and that the proposed zoning would meet the intent of preserving rural residential lifestyles. I discussed consistency, but I wanted to talk a little bit about compatibility. And specifically, I think it helps to better understand the area and what's around this project. So I've shown an aerial here that generally you can see the property in pink. In orange is the Stone Lake Ranch development. In blue to the south is the mobile home development with about 150 units there, but it has a comp plan of Res 1, so if it were ever redeveloped, it would be 1 unit per acre, just like what we're doing. And then green along Thanodisasa Road, where 82%, and this is a little imprecise, but 82% were less than 2 acres, and 56% were less than 1.5 acres in size. A little more context with the Stone Lake Ranch development. I think the history is very important. The future land use is AR and AE, but the flume doesn't really tell the whole story, and I think it's unfair to just look at that map and make assumptions about the area. The Stone Lake Ranch property was rezoned using the flex provision, which is no longer allowed for the rural service area. this flex density from the adjoining Res 1 and AE 2.5 categories to allow lots that were much smaller than the 1 per 5 acres, which is basically what we're doing here. So it was essentially a plan amendment that allowed greater density than what the flume actually shows. During that process, the county determined that the density was compatible and appropriate, quote, given the rural residential scale of development in the surrounding area. And that's just what we're doing here. This is a close-up of the about a mile to the east of the property, which you can see in pink on the left. And again, about 41 of 57 parcels were less than 2 acres in size, and 32 were less than 1.5 acres in size, really showing that this is an area with residential that's generally in the same size as what we're looking for. I wanted to address environmental protection real quickly, since it was brought up in the Planning Commission report. Though we do have no objections from EPC or County Natural Resources, we will, of course, comply with all local, state, and federal regulations regarding wildlife and wetlands and all that sort. We're not in an environmentally sensitive area, but there was a determination that there may be wetlands. We went through EPC, and they issued a notice exemption verification confirming that the wetlands there are exempt from EPC review and can be impacted. And the Planning Commission found the request consistent with future land use objective 13 and environmental sustainability objectives 3.5, 3.8, and 3.9, which basically say that you should manage the flora, the fauna, the wetlands, the uplands to mitigate impacts. So the fact that we're being found consistent with that, I think, is very positive. Again, the access will be a single access onto Thenodisassa Road to the south and an emergency-only access to the east. That area, you can see on the site plan, is gated with a cul-de-sac because the access is there, but we don't own the property next door, and the property next door is not public right-of-way. So until it's approved in the future, that access is required by code, but not really effective, and it would require the neighbor's approval. We are preserving 30 feet of land adjacent to Thenodisassa Road because it's a scenic right-of-way. The project will create less than 50 trips, PM peak hour trips, so minimal impact. And Thenodisassa Road, this segment is a level of service B, and the standard is C, so we're above that here. However, we did have a design exception that we requested in order to deal with the fact that Thenodisassa is a substandard road, and as a result, we would be required to widen and repave Thenodisassa from the project entrance to McIntosh, like I mentioned before, with at least 10-foot wide lanes. And I think this will be a big benefit to the community up there, because the county hasn't really done much up there recently. We had a neighborhood meeting to discuss the comp plan amendment and the rezoning. We've had numerous meetings and conversations with Stone Lake Ranch Development to the north and west. We have support letters from the neighbors to the east, which I will turn in because I thought I had, but apparently that was just with the comp plan. And we've been working on all these issues and have had to continue for many, many months. So as a result, the neighbors have gotten many letters and the signs have been going up repeatedly. So we feel like there's really been significant notice to everyone out there. And to any neighbors that reached out, we connected with them to answer questions. So in summary, consistent with the comp plan, consistent with the Res 1 category, the rural area and neighborhood protection policies, and the Thenodisassa community plan, compatible with the character of development pattern in the area. Planning Commission found it consistent with the comp plan and compatible with development in the rural area. The county staff report recommended approval with no objections from any reviewing agencies. And we have an approvable design exception. So with that, I will respectfully request your support.
All right, thank you for that. I appreciate it. I don't have any further questions at this time. You could please sign in with the clerk's office. Okay. We'll go to Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening. This is Tanya Chapela, Development Services. I have to present a revised report.
Did you give one to the clerk's office?
So the clerk already received that over an email
Thank you.
today. The applicant is proposing a rezoning from agricultural rural to planned development to allow up to 27 single-family residential lots. There is a companion comprehensive plan amendment, CPA 23-17, to change the future land use designation from AR15 to Res 1. Res 1 allows a maximum of 1 dwelling unit per acre for a total of 27 units. The subject site contains wetlands. The proposed subdivision is for 1 acre lots using septic tanks and wells. The change I made to the report was to acknowledge the presence of wetlands. So we also needed to change or include a new condition. And I'll try to explain in the best way possible. So the lot is on a wetlands. I mean, the property is on a wetlands. It also contains a surface water resource protection area. So there are two regulations that are blended in a way for this new condition. So one is the section 60101, and this the end note number 2. That's for density purposes, where lots are 1 acre in size. You have to only use, I mean, you have to get at least 80% of 1 acre of uplands. And the other one is in regards to the section 60106 minimum lot size by available utilities. So this would be number 4. A minimum lot size of 1 acre of upland is required for the use of a septic system within water resource protection areas, which is the case. So even though there are wetlands, and those wetlands were allowed by EPC to be impacted, we still need to acknowledge those regulations that are still in place. So that's the reason I'm adding that condition.
And so you said the minimum by utilities is 1 acre? Or a half acre?
As in this case, it's 1 acre because the property is within the water resource protection area.
Okay.
So we're applying number 4.
All right, so that new proposed condition 2.2 says wetlands are present. Each individual lot should contain a minimum of 34,848 square feet of uplands for the use of a septic tank system. So that's the 80% of the 1 acre?
It is correct, yes.
I see, okay, thank you.
We've been discussing with the applicant. So it is important to add the reference to those codes, those sections of the code that I'm making reference to. It is 60106, minimum lot size by available utilities, and the other one is 60101, and note number 2.
All right, thank you.
No waivers or variations to the land development code were requested as part of this application. The proposed uses are comparable to the surrounding residential uses, and the proposed layout is compatible with the surrounding development pattern. Furthermore, the proposed 0.72 dwelling units per acre density is under the 1 dwelling unit acre maximum density allowable in the Res 1 comprehensive plan category. Given the above, staff recommends approval of the applicant's request, subject to conditions and subject to approval of CPA 23-17. And with this, I conclude my presentation unless you have more questions.
No further questions. Thank you so much. Planning Commission.
Andrea Pappinger, Planning Commission staff. The site is in the agricultural rural 1.5 future land use category in the rural area. The site is located within the Thanona-Sassa Community Plan. There is a companion plan amendment request, HCCPA 2317, to request a change from agricultural rural 1.5 to residential 1. This plan development is considered concurrent and dependent on the approval of that CPA 23-17 by the Board of County Commissioners. And the analysis provided in the staff's report is based on the pending residential 1 future land use category. Plan amendment change to residential 1 would designate the site as a suburban enclave at a 1 dwelling unit per gross acre density, and would be consistent with the intent of the rural area policies. The applicant will be utilizing private wells and septic tanks and is consistent with Objective 4.3 in its policies. Total combined wetland areas are under the 25% threshold outlined in Policy 13.3. Based on this, a maximum of 37 units can be built on site. The applicant is requesting 27 units. Objective 16 in its policy seek to protect existing neighborhoods and development by ensuring compatibility with the surrounding area through various buffering requirements and mitigation techniques. The creation of single-family residential lots would be consistent with the surrounding residential and agricultural uses. Scale of development allowed by the residential 1 category in the rural area, specifically along Kingsway Road just south of the Thanona-Sassa Lake, has a suburban scale character with large lot sizes. The proposed 1 acre minimum lot sizes for residential would be compatible with the surrounding area. Residential 1 is intended for areas with rural residential uses compatible with short-term agricultural uses. To the south is a mobile home park, vacant, agricultural, and single-family residential. To the north and west is vacant and single-family residential, and to the east is agricultural land. The proposed rural residential and interim agricultural uses meets the intent of residential 1 and is consistent with Objective 8 in its policies. You've already heard testimony on the EPC Wetlands Division issuing a notice exemption verification. Given that there's separate approval process for wetland impacts with the EPC, staff finds this request consistent with Objective 13 and its policies, and Objectives 3.5, 3.8, 3.9, and its policies in the environmental and sustainability section. No extension of public potable water, and wastewater lines is being requested. At the time of this report, Planning Commission staff had not received transportation comments or the revised condition of approval from county staff, so that was not taken into our analysis. The site is located within the limits of the Thanona-Sassa Community Plan, which requires minimum lot size of 1 acre for residential development within the residential 1 future land use category. Interim agricultural use meets the plan's intent to support agricultural uses in the community, and the rezoning also meets the intent of Goal 3 by providing a low-density rural residential use. Based upon the above considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to the conditions proposed by the Development Services Department of Hillsborough County and the approval of unincorporated Hillsborough County Map Amendment HCCPA 23-17.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Yes, come forward, sir. While you're coming forward, is there anyone else in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Okay, give us your name and address, please.
Robert Tomzak, 10611 Broadland Pass, Thanona-Sassa 33592. Tonight I'm representing the Stone Lake Ranch Homeowners Association, which I'm the president of. We have worked very diligently with the developer, as they had mentioned in their presentation, to make sure that all of our 160 owners of lots in Stone Lake Ranch were aware of what they were planning. We are here to support that development. We have no issues against developing the property. We think that is going to be compatible, residentially compatible with what we would like to see next door.
All right, thank you for coming down. I appreciate it. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. All right, seeing no one else in support, is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in opposition? No one. All right, Ms. Heinrich, anything else?
I just wanted to add some of the information that Ms. Chappella provided you. Some of that was a miscommunication that I made to her, so just to clarify that, and it is in the conditions, in the ag zoning districts, they have a minimum amount of uplands required for density purposes, and that's 80%. And then they have a minimum amount of uplands required for septic, which is a half acre. So the 80% is larger, so of course that has to be present, and that would cover both of them, those requirements. So I can see, like Tanya stated, they are kind of blended, but it's only because one number is bigger than the other. But just so you know which requirement goes with which
So, but
policy.
that, the condition is correct because that's reflecting the 80% upland
Yes.
figure, even though it's a half acre for
Yeah,
utilities.
because for density purposes, yeah, only 20% of the site can be wetlands. So as long as they have 80%, they're by default meeting the half acre requirement as well.
Understood. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it. Ms. Pollock, we'll go to you for rebuttal if you have any. You have 5 minutes.
I just wanted to make sure that the condition just reflected the code provision so that everyone is clear kind of going forward what exactly the condition really means. But other than that, I have no questions, no comments. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Then we'll close rezoning PD 23-0774. I think it's time for a 5-minute break. So by the clock on the back of the wall, if we could all be back by 8:15 to reconvene the hearing. Thank you so much. All right, welcome back to the March 25th, 2024 zoning hearing master hearing. We are back from break. So, Ms. Heinrich, let's call the next case.
Our next application is D2 PD 23-0778. The applicant is requesting to rezone property from RSC6 to PD. Tanya Chapella with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
All right, good evening.
Good evening, Madam Hearing Master. I'm John LaRocca, Murphy LaRocca Consulting Group, 3225 South McDill Avenue, Tampa. I represent the applicant owner in this matter. Also present, either online or in person, are David Mechanic, attorney representing the case, David Fuchson, professional engineer, and the applicant owner, Danva Investments, Danielle Faciuto. The applicant seeks to rezone the property from RSC6 to planned development for multifamily use with 58 units proposed as townhomes. The townhomes are proposed as fee simple, individually owned units on subdivided lots. The proposal is planned with a private internal driveway with gated access only to West Humphrey Street. There's no direct street connectivity to the adjacent parcels. The sidewalks, where not existing, will be located internal to the development and connect to sidewalks on West Humphrey Street, along with the construction of an additional 960 linear feet of sidewalk on Humphrey. The rezoning is located on the north side of West Humphrey on a 7.953 acre parcel within the urban service area and the Egypt Lake countywide planning area. The development will connect to all public utilities. The general location of this property is in an area west of Dale Mabry, north of Waters Avenue, of similar character, and I'll get to that here later in my presentation. The county future land use plan designation is residential 12. The proposed project density, however, is 7.29 units per gross acre. The site is within a larger area of R12 and R20 future land use plan designations of the comprehensive plan. The area is also populated with higher density residential multifamily land uses characteristic of these higher density residential land use designations. The area is mapped with higher density residential zoning such as the RMC 16 and other residential multifamily PD zonings. The two primary areas that we went through in our review that we went through a number of iterations are wetlands conservation areas, and of course, as always is the case, transportation and traffic. The general site plan wetland conservation areas approximate 2.85 acres of the 7.9. They've been surveyed after Hillsborough County Environmental Protection Commission review. Project development will only occur in the southern portion of the site, as illustrated on the site plan. All planned development will comply with the conditions outlined by the Environmental Protection Commission regarding environmental permitting and development, and will comply with all state and federal regulations as appropriate. No wetland impacts are or will be proposed for any future site development. Wetlands and wetland setbacks will be protected and are incorporated into the site design of any future detailed construction plans. Regarding transportation information and design matters, the site plan has been labeled with information per minimum site plan requirements, including sidewalks, parking for mail kiosks, and other driveway and access information. The project's transportation engineer has submitted an updated traffic evaluation after some additional land had been added in one of our early iterations. And the proposal contributes or generates less than 50 peak hour trips per day, approximately 31 to 32 p.m. peak hours, and does not require a detailed transportation study of the broader area. In addition, an applicable technical manual design exception request for substandard road with alternatives mitigation for Humphrey Street has been deemed approvable, subject to conditions which are included and incorporated in the staff report, which has been distributed for review, including the proposed construction of 960 linear feet of new sidewalk to fill in gaps on the south side of Humphrey Street between the Manhattan and Lois Avenues. The Planning Commission, you'll hear later, finds the rezoning application consistent with the county's comprehensive plan's goals objectives, and policies. I won't go into the documents and repeat them. The Development Services Department recommends the rezoning application is approvable, subject to the proposed conditions outlined in its report. The applicant finds the DSD proposed conditions appropriate and acceptable based on the county's recommendations. The proposed rezoning application with its required general site plan and overall project density would result in a residential community that has characteristics of the existing development patterns in the immediate area, which include multifamily residential uses of varying types, including townhomes, apartments, and attached and semi-attached villa units. There are scattered single-family residential homes in the vicinity with residential subdivisions to the north, farther north. In summary, the scale, density, and type of proposed multifamily residential units are consistent with the goals, policies, and objectives of the future Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan and its R12F FLU, or future land use category, and is compatible with the surrounding area's existing development patterns. The rezoning proposal has undergone detailed and extensive review by multiple governmental reviewing agencies required of all planned developments, resulting in recommendations of approval subject to conditions for development approval and permitting. The applicant concurs with the applicable conditions. I'm available, along with others from our team, the applicant's advisory team, to answer any questions. Thank you.
No questions at this time, Mr. LaRocca. Thank you. Appreciate it. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. Development Services.
Tania Chapela, Development Services. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site from RSC6 to PD to accommodate up to 58 single-family attached/multifamily residential lots. No waivers or variations to the LDC were requested as part of this application. The proposed uses are comparable to the multifamily uses allowed for the adjacent property. The residential development to the east was approved for multifamily uses at a density of 5.88 dwelling units per acre. The applicant proposes a maximum building height of 35 feet with the townhome locations exceeding the 2-to-1 compatibility setback. Along the northern boundary is a wetland area, resulting in the townhomes being over 200 feet from the adjacent properties due to the wetland protection areas. It should also be noted that the homes located to the east of the subject site are subject to the RSC6 zoning district, including a maximum building height of 35 feet. Otherwise, the proposed residential project will not intrude into the required setbacks, will not decrease the required buffers, nor will entail a reduction of the required screening. The proposed project exceeds the existing development densities in the adjacent properties. However, the proposed 7.29 dwelling unit per acre density is under the 12 dwelling unit per acre density allowed by the Res 12 future land use. Also, across West Humphrey Street to the southeast are two multifamily residential lots, zone RMC 16, with multifamily uses at densities of 18 and 15 dwelling units per acre each. Based on the above, staff finds the request compatible with the surrounding development pattern and recommends approval with conditions.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Planning Commission.
Andrea Papandrew, Planning Commission staff. Site is in the residential 12 future land use category in the urban service area and is not within a community plan. The request complies with Objective 1 of the future land use element, which requires 80% of total development to be directed into the urban service area. Objective 8 indicates the maximum density and intensity for the residential 12 future land use category. Based on the site plan submitted January 31st, 2024, over 25% of the site is wetlands, and per FLU policy 13.3, the wetland density credit does apply. So 58 dwelling units are being proposed, which is consistent with Objective 8, Policy 13.3, and the minimum density requirements in Policy 1.2. Residential 12 future land use category is intended for areas that are medium residential in density. Surrounding area is mostly composed of single-family residential, two-family residential, multifamily, vacant lands, and public institutional uses. Further south along West Waters Avenue are parcels with industrial and light commercial uses. The existing wetland conservation areas, which is about 4.1 acres in the northern portion of both parcels, will be preserved. The proposed townhome lots are similar to existing lot sizes in the immediate area further north, east, and west. The proposed is consistent with policies 1.4, 16.3, 16.8, and 16.10, which require density and lot sizes of new residential projects to be compatible with the surrounding uses. Additionally, the applicant is going to meet policy 16.15 and provide a community gathering space. The applicant's proposing gated access from West Humphrey Street and 5-foot external sidewalks. Objective 9, policy 9.1 and 9.2 require that all development meet or exceed the land development regulations in the county. Staff did not receive transportation comments ahead of time, and those are not taken into our report or analysis. Revised comments on March 7th, 2024 from the Environmental Protection Commission Wetlands Division reviewed the proposed rezoning, and in the site plan's current configuration, resubmittal is not necessary. Given that there is a separate approval process for wetland impacts, Planning Commission staff finds this request consistent with Objective 13 and policies in the future land use element and Objectives 3.5, 3.8, and 3.9 in its policies in the environmental and sustainability section. Based upon the above considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to the conditions proposed by the Development Services Department of Hillsborough County.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? All right, seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? Either in the room or online? All right, no one? Ms. Heinrich, anything else?
No, ma'am.
All right, Mr. LaRocca, you have the last word if you'd like it.
No additional comments, just ask for your favorable consideration.
All
Thank
right,
you.
Thank you for your time and testimony. I appreciate it. We'll close rezoning PD 23-0778 and go to the next case.
Our next application is item D3, Major Mod 23-0887. The applicant is requesting a modification to PD 00-0457. Tim Lampkin with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation, and you should have received a revised staff report that Tim can comment on.
I did. Thank you so much. Is the applicant here? Good evening.
Good evening. Chris McNeil of McNeil Engineering, 15957 North Florida Avenue in Lutz, Florida, on behalf of the applicant.
Go ahead.
Okay. I'm going to slide over here to the that on. Okay, very good. The project site is located here at Lumsden, southwest corner of Lumsden and Lithia Pinecrest, just a little west of that intersection. Here's an overhead aerial of that site. It's located here. It's paired with, as it's identified as parcel A, and paired with this parcel here, which is identified as parcel B within one PD. This area is highlighted as the building footprint area that we're proposing to be the envelope. The square footage has been limited there also. Another change to the plan is in regards to access on this side, and I'll address that here in just a minute. A little further. Along the south side, there's a residential area there, and this was addressed as part of Parcel B's modification previously. They constructed a 6-foot high masonry wall and then proposed some additional buffering on the south end of just 20 feet. Actually, there was a 20 feet type B buffer, and we've proposed this to be increased, and above that is type C to provide some additional buffering. I also talked with the neighbor there, and I don't believe that, I know that I was expecting her to come tonight, but I don't know if she's here or not. But she did not appear in opposition of the case, and no other calls have been received. This is the a shared access here that it will be the access for the site. Previously, there was an access point connection here directly to Lumsden as part of the previous PD, which has been removed from this plan. To do that, that was done for safety reasons, but to do that, we needed to have, well, I guess for this driveway connection, we still needed it as well. So we had an administrative variance for the driveway spacing on Lumsden. Just having the additional one here would have been even worse. So that was found to be in an approvable state. Additional administrative variance was also requested for the improvements along Lumsden, given that the roadway is developed and on that side and it's been maximized. There's really no other improvements that could be made out there. The site is serviced by county water and sewer. It's been a pleasure to work with staff to get it to this point. I'm not sure there's any other information. I'm available for questions should you have any.
Just real quick, just to verify, the major mod only applies to parcel A.
Yes, ma'am.
That's correct. Mm-hmm. And then that access to Lumsden is removed, but then access is to the south through parcel B and then up to Lumsden through that section. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, that was my only question.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening. Tim Lampkin, Development Services. Would you like me to go over to the revised staff report?
If you
The
just
revisions?
hit the highlights of what the revisions are.
The revision has to do with that access off of Lumsden Drive was removed, and now it's going to parcel B to the east.
And that's it?
That's it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And it's just on the summary page, that additional change, and on page, what is it? Don't have the page. In the compatibility section. So the applicant's requesting a major modification to the previously approved planned development to permit limited commercial uses in addition to the already approved PD zoning district uses, increase the maximum building height, and reduce the maximum square footage. This property is located on the south side of East Lumsden Road. It's approximately 500 feet west of Lithia Pinecrest Road in Brandon. Excuse me, the subject site is currently vacant. Next door is auto repair located within parcel B of the same PD, as the subject site is located to the immediate west of that. Commercial uses located to the west, north, and further east of the subject site are varied commercial uses. Single-family dwelling units are located directly to the southwest and south of the subject site. The applicant is proposing to allow an increase in the maximum building height from 20 feet to 25 feet and subject to the 2-for-1 setback requirement, and they are not requesting a waiver of that. The additional commercial uses shall be limited to, so this is conditioned in condition 1. Would you like me to go over those uses? They are all listed out in condition 1.
Let me just get there and see. Oh, I do see. Yeah, no, you don't need to list them. I see them in the report.
Okay, good. And these additional trip uses were identified by DSD zoning and transportation staff as being trip generation neutral uses relative to the currently approved uses. So that's how, and uses that the applicant requested. So some of the uses the applicant initially requested weren't trip neutral, so then they are not included. The applicant did not request any variations to the Land Development Code, parts 6.06.00, and to the immediate south and southwest is RSC 6 and RSC 2, and they're developed with single-family homes. The applicant would normally be required to provide a 20-foot landscape buffer with type B screening along the southwest and the entire southern portion of the site. However, there is an existing condition 4 that requires a more intense screening along the southern perimeter of the property to include a 20-foot wide landscape buffer with type C screening, which shall include a masonry wall, and the applicant proposes to maintain that. It doesn't propose to change that condition. The adjacent property to the immediate east is also developed with an auto repair business and also has that masonry wall on the southern perimeter. Staff does find the proposal, the additional compatibility buffers compatible with the existing development pattern with the additional buffer requirements. The site will comply to all their applicable policies and regulations, including not limited to the Hillsborough Land Development Code, and subject to the proposed conditions of approval and the comprehensive plan. Based upon the above, staff finds the request approvable, and that concludes staff's presentation, unless you had any questions.
Nothing further. Thank you
Great.
so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Planning Commission.
Andrea Papandrew, Planning Commission staff. The site is in the residential 4 future land use category in the urban service area and within the Brandon Community Plan. Staff's report is based on the information we had as of March 13th when we filed. Policy 1.4 requires all new developments to be compatible with the surrounding area. There is currently an auto repair shop located to the east and a law office to the west. The nature of each requested use is compatible with these existing uses. Proposal also includes buffering and screening measures to ensure compatibility with the single-family dwelling units to the west and south. Objective 16 and its policies require the protection of existing neighborhoods through various site planning techniques. The site building will be on the north side of the parcel, directly along East Lumsden Road. The southern portion of the site will include parking and buffering screening areas, which will help ensure an adequate transition between commercial and residential uses. This site also meets policy 16.5 as it is located directly on an arterial roadway and will not impede on the residential neighborhood to the south. The site meets commercial locational criteria as outlined in Objective 22. It is entirely within the 900-foot distance from the intersection of East Lumsden Road and Lithia Pinecrest Road. Per policy 22.2, the maximum allowable square footage for the intersection quadrant is 175,000 square feet, and the applicant has provided material showing that adding the proposed square feet would total 101,125 square feet for the intersection. So it is compatible and consistent with policy 22.2, and the proposed is also consistent with policy 22.5. The community design component provides guidance on development and states that they should reflect the predominant character of their surroundings. The development to the immediate east and west reflects a mostly commercial use pattern, and the areas to the southwest and south are primarily residential. Placing the proposed building towards East Lumsden Road near the existing commercial uses and incorporating buffering and screening meets these policies. Goal 8 of the Brandon Community Plan seeks to buffer and transition uses in concentric circles with most intense uses in area at a node. The request offers an adequate transition of use for this intersection. The site is also located within the suburban character district, which consists primarily of single-family detached homes, as well as mixed-use development at certain intersection locations, and the proposed does not conflict with the intent of this character district. Based upon the above considerations, Planning Commission staff finds a proposed major modification consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to the conditions proposed by the Development Services Department of Hillsborough County.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Hearing no one. Anyone in opposition to this request? No one. Ms. Heinrich, anything else?
No, ma'am.
All right, Mr. McNeil, you have the last word if you'd like it.
Thank you, Ms. Finch. I just wanted to add, I know Mr. Lampkin had mentioned that some of the uses were removed to obtain a trip neutral, and that's true, but there were also some additional uses that were removed because the applicant just didn't feel like it would be good in that area. So there were quite a few knocked down for that as well. So I think they'll be a great neighbor for the area, and look forward to having them there.
All right, thank you for that information. I appreciate it. With that, we'll close major modification 23-0887 and go to the next case.
Our next application is item D5, PD rezoning 23-0994. The applicant is requesting property zone PD and AS1 to rezone that to a new PD. I've reviewed this for development services and will present staff findings after the applicant.
All right, is the applicant here? Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you very much. Isabel Albert with HAF, 1000 North Ashley Drive, representing RAM. So here's the site. The site is located west of the Veterans Expressway, south of Citrus Park Drive. It's approximately 22 acres. It's in the urban service area, and it's also located within the Northwest Hillsborough Community Plan. What we have in front of us is to the north of the site is a mall. It's a large mall. To the south is a rezoning that you're going to be hearing tonight. It used to be the Big Cat Rescue. And to the west are multifamily development. Current future land use is residential 9 with residential 20 to the west and UMU 20 to the north, where the mall is. And the current zoning is agricultural single family, as well as a small portion in there that's, if you could see, it's a little blue square. That's part of the PD of the Big Cat Rescue, which is going to be rezoned with the case that you're going to hear on later tonight. So the site, honestly, we're requesting for a plan development for 317 units. Part of that request is, because of the large wetland on site, we are applying policy 13.5 that has to do with the environmental protection. And so therefore, with that, and we're also requesting a flex of the UMU 20 from the north onto the subject site. And by doing so, we will comply with policy 1.2 to meet the minimum density requirement in the comprehensive plan, policies 7.3 and 7.4, which has to do with the flex policies, and then objective 8 has to do with the future land use elements categories. Part of the request, because the wetland is predominantly along the south, the development is being pushed towards the north. But by doing that, we are waiving part of our application. We are requesting a waiver for the 2-for-1 additional setback. And in this case, it's not going to affect anybody, especially since to the north it's a large commercial mall, and the distance between the proposed multifamily and the mall is quite great. This request is in association with a case that you heard last month, and I think you're familiar with that case, which was 23993. They had an option in there that provided access to our site and the future site to the south. And more specifically, as you see over here, the PD 23993 that you recommended approval for shows the access being proposed for our site to the west and continuing down to the south, to the future site to the south. Part of the request were some design exceptions that have been submitted and found approvable for Citrus Park Lane, as well as the extension of the future Citrus Park Lane. And part of that approval was to improve a connection to the trail to the east, the Temple Bay Trail to the east, as well as creating a new connection to the east, shown about in the squared green area there, predominantly like the area over there. Both areas, one of them is going to be improved for ADA, upgraded to ADA, and this new one to the south will be also for ADA. Planning Commission staff found the request consistent with the comprehensive plan, and these are all the policies that they've cited for consistency. Development Services Department reviewed the application and found it approvable subject to conditions, and no reviewing agencies found any objections to this request. I'm here if you have any questions.
Just a quick one. I think you misspoke at the beginning. You said 317 units, but I think you mean
no, 312.
312.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to get that right for the record.
I didn't think you'd catch that.
was it.
Kidding.
Thank you. If you could please sign in. All right, Development Services.
Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. For this application, staff reviewed a rezoning request for property zone AS1 and a portion of the property zone PD 040058 to allow 312 multifamily units with a flex of the UMU 20 future land use category found to the north. The PD zoned portion is part of the Big Cat Rescue Sanctuary and Educational Facility to the south. As mentioned, PD 23-0993 to the immediate east was heard at the February ZHM, and that provided 2 development options. Under PD 23-0993, it may develop as previously approved or allow a roadway to serve the southern project and the subject project, as you saw in the applicant's graphics. All density, or I'm sorry, but also just to remind you for 993, that does allow an area for some of these multifamily units to be placed in, but all the density will remain in 994, so this will allow them to straddle the line or be partially or fully located in there. And being as they did request a flex of the UMU 20 flex, that is not extended anywhere into this property, and that will remain under the previous future land use. For this application, there is only one development option proposed. Therefore, if PD 230993 is developed under their option 1, the subject PD will be unable to develop due to lack of access. The project will consist of buildings with a potential maximum height of 100 feet. Staff notes that the site is within the vicinity of the Veterans Expressway, which is an elevated roadway to the east. PDs to the east are approved for building heights of 60 to 100 feet. Property to the north, as you saw, is developed with a commercial shopping center oriented towards Citrus Park Town Center Boulevard. And large wetlands are present within the southern and western portions of the site, providing significant separation from existing residential to those areas. Staff received no objections from reviewing agency and recommends approval subject to proposed conditions.
Just a quick, maybe I missed this in the beginning, but your revised staff report is only to add clarification on the trail, the Upper Tampa Bay Trail condition?
Correct. We did find some incomplete conditions that were fixed, and also you'll see on page 1, the proposed setbacks needed to be fixed as well, and those are in strike through and underline.
I see. Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Planning Commission.
Andrea Pappendrew, Planning Commission staff. This site is in the residential 9 future land use category in the urban service area and within the Northwest Hillsborough Community Plan. Policy 1.4 requires all new development to be compatible with the surrounding area. This site is proposing multi-family residential, which is consistent with the surrounding area of single-family and multi-family residential, light commercial, agricultural land, vacant, and public institutional uses. The proposal does meet the intent of Objective 8 and Policies 8.1 and 8.3. The urban mixed-use 20 flex portion and the remainder of the site that will be residential 9 is over the 25% threshold for wetlands and is eligible for the density credit per Policy 13.3. Combined, the flex and the residential 9 upland portions of the site allow for up to 323 units. Applicants requesting 312 units. The site also meets minimum density as stated in Policy 1.2. The proposal for a flex of the UMU 20 to 19.64 acres of the total 22.01 acre site is consistent with Objective 7 and Policy 7.3 and 7.4. It furthers the intent of the urban mixed-use 20 with the proposed residential multifamily and their surrounding commercial and residential uses. Applicant has included in their narrative the site and surrounding development are planned for adequate public facilities to support the flex. The applicant has also stated that because the site is adjacent to a large commercial development to the north and east, the flex provides an additional housing type. Additionally, the on-site wetlands to the south and west provide protection. Applicant is requesting the provision to permit blending of allowable entitlements between the development directly to the east or vice versa. The applicant has agreed to conditions of approval by county staff to ensure that the flex provisions are upheld and the blending of entitlement meets the intent of the future land use element. The blending will allow for the maximum density of the unified plan for Tract A of PD 23-0993 and PD 23-0994 to not exceed 312 units. Total of units constructed within Tract A of PD 23-0993 and straddling the boundary between the proposed and 23-0993 boundary shall not exceed 152 units. If the blending of density is selected, the developer must submit site construction plans proposing to develop the overall land as a single unified development. And these conditions of approval are essential to Planning Commission staff's consistency finding. Proposal is also consistent with Objective 16 and its policies relating to neighborhood protection. The site is bordered by the Upper Tampa Bay Trail and the Veterans Expressway to the east. Further north of the site is Citrus Park Mall, and the site also has a connection point to the adjacent 23-0093 to the east. And then furthermore, stormwater ponds and wetland areas are on the west and south, providing that buffer from adjacent properties. At the time of uploading our staff report, official comments from transportation and zoning were not available and so are not reflected in our analysis. The applicant and DSD touched on all of the transportation conditions and that information, so I'm not going to go through that again, but it is in our staff report. The proposed plan development is within limits of the Northwest Area Community Plan. The applicant's narrative states that the application encourages an alternative community form and mixed-use development, as the proposed multifamily furthers the vision to blend with the surrounding commercial development and townhome development proposed to the south. No connections are proposed northeast to Easy Street or west to Gonzales Lake Drive as their private roads. Based upon the above considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to conditions proposed by the Development Services Department.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition who would like to speak? All right, no one. Ms. Heinrich, anything else?
No, ma'am.
All right, we'll go back to the applicant. You have anything? All right, then with that, we'll close rezoning PD 23-0994 and go to the next case.
Our next application is D7 PD 24-0031. The applicant is requesting to rezone area zoned PD and RSC2 to a new PD 24-0031. I've reviewed this for development services and will provide staff findings.
All right, is the applicant here? Good evening.
Ms. Finch, are you seeing the full screen presentation?
I am.
There we go, thank you. Jake Kramer with Stearns Weaver Miller, 401 East Jackson Street, number 2100. Ms. Finch, this zoning petition is directly to the south of the petition you just heard, also south of the petition you heard last month. Just to give you context, the developer here is D.R. Horton. Our full team is here for you if you have questions, but I'd like to go ahead and turn it over to our land planner, David Smith. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. David Smith, 401 East Jackson Street, 33601, Director of Development and Zoning, Stearns Weaver Miller. As indicated by Jake, this is kind of a continuation of a theme that's occurred with the hearing of petition 23-90993 and then just the petition before us. We're proposing on a 53.93 acre parcel, the redevelopment and zoning of the Big Cat Sanctuary for a townhome development of 230 units. By now you've figured out where all these properties are relative to everything else, so I will skip through that. We have split land use. We have Res 9 and a little bit of Res 4 on the south. We have 4 different zoning categories that are on this property. All of them are within the sanctuary use. On the south, we have RSC 2 uses, which are also mobile home overlay, and the rest of them are PDs for various uses in the Big Cat Rescue. So what you see on the screen now is the proposed option 2. Option 1, and to explain why you have so many sheets in your site plan set, is that option 1 is essentially to keep all the existing uses in place. In order to do that, we have a multiple sheet that shows all the certified plans that are in place, and we have specific zoning conditions related to each one of those should this option 2 not be developed, or as you've heard from the prior application, the 993 selects an option that doesn't provide access. But I'll tie that all together in just a second. So here you have the option 1 is on the left, which basically breaks all the old PDs into parcels A, B, C, and D, and that will correspond to the draft conditions of approval proposed by staff. On the right, you have option 2, which provides for a townhome development with access off the extension to Citrus Park Lane. A private drive would come down on that extension, and it would go through the development with a cul-de-sac on the southern end of the property. The cul-de-sac will be the topic of some discussion here in a few seconds. So here, as far as compatibility, to our south is single-family residential. To our east, to our west is ASC 1 and agricultural lands. Some of them are developed with mobile homes and other accessory uses associated with agriculture. Expressway is to our east. To our north is the proposed multifamily development that's just been heard, and also Citrus Park Lane, several commercial developments that go all the way out to Citrus Park Drive next to the intersection with the Veterans. So when we're looking at this site, and here's the relationship of all the PDs just to give context. So this development is clearly compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. The densities and intensities proposed by this project are actually very underneath the allowed. We have the opportunity to develop, according to the comprehensive plan, over 300 plus units. However, due to the environmental factors that exist on site, significant wetlands, we're only proposing 230. That meets the exception to the 75% minimum density within the urban service area that is required by the comprehensive plan. And as you can see here, it gives you a context. The neighborhood to our south, very old 1960s subdivision. It has 2 connection points to Sheldon, but it's really just a big loop road internal to that old subdivision. We had a neighborhood meeting. In the community meeting, the unanimous concern that we heard was, do not connect your project to our neighborhood streets. The applicant has been sensitive from the beginning and knew that that would be a concern, and that is why we proposed the cul-de-sac with emergency access only down to Meadowview. We do have variations. A couple of variations totally relate to the existing walls on the property. Currently, on our west, we have 8-foot-high walls and portions of the property, to the north as well, and then also along the expressway. And then we have an existing 9.5-foot tall wall on the southern portion of the property as you get around Meadowview. The variation is a request to allow us to maintain those walls, keep them, or at our option to, if we remove them, to have a 5A buffer with the ability to put a 6-foot fence in. At this time, the intent is to maintain those existing walls around the property. The only wall that would be returned if we took it down to an 8-foot potential wall is along the Upper Tampa Bay Trail. Speaking of the Upper Tampa Bay Trail, that is one of the concerns that took so long to work out. As indicated by the prior applications, all the applications have the same conditions relative to the DEs, design exceptions, and the mitigation is all related to additional connectivity to the trail. So these will be identical conditions in each one of the applications. So in reviewing this, the staff of the county found it was compatible, that there was no concerns with proposed variations, and they recommended approval. In reviewing the Planning Commission's findings, the Planning Commission staff found us, we're in the urban service area, we're consistent, we're compatible, but for one issue. And the issue is the connectivity policies in the community plan and similar policies that are sprinkled throughout the comprehensive plan. We have looked at those, and as we say on the slide here, we're requesting that we only have emergency access only to protect the 1960s neighborhood to our south. It's consistent with what the community has looked for. And it talks about, in the community plan, the minimal use of cul-de-sacs and a grid-like pattern. I think when you look at our particular site, and I'll see if I get the aerial back. So you look at this particular site, all along our western side are large wetlands And there's really no opportunity to get to Sheldon other than going down to Meadowview Circle and connecting out to Sheldon. It's either developed with a old apartment complex, there's wetlands, or there's a townhouse development. All the other drives or connections you see are private. They're actually in TICA land and that are providing access to the family that owns the larger tracts. So we're looking at providing a grid is not realistic in this particular situation, and it would not connect to anything but back down to Meadowview Circle. So in looking at the policies and what the cul-de-sac does, it prevents trips from accessing the single-family residential neighborhood to the south. We are only providing for gated vehicle access for emergency purposes only. We will have pedestrian access and bicycle access available to the community to come through the property. And if you look at the mobility element, in the context of the comprehensive plan, you review all the policies. And so when you review all the policies, is that if each one of these policies required you to have connection to adjacent neighborhoods, then why would you have policy 4.1.2? And it says, require pedestrian and bicycle interconnections between adjacent compatible development and where appropriate, require vehicular access. We believe the where appropriate is the operative term with respect to this particular property. And also when you look at the connectivity goals and objectives of the community plan, it's trying to get people to be able to connect to places of work, services, and when you look at this particular situation, the burden of making these interconnections would fall on the neighborhood to the south, but they would have none of the benefits because there are private roads to the north that could be gated so that they would get all the traffic if we allowed us to have a full access to the south, but they wouldn't get the benefits of any connectivity all the way out to Citrus Park Drive and the services that are there. Not to mention the fact that the neighborhood doesn't want the connection at all. So based upon that, we believe that our proposal is consistent with the comprehensive plan. We believe the Planning Commission has narrowly looked at it, which, to their credit, they read the words, and I think they're looking to the County Commission and the Zoning Hearing Master to balance these policies and make a recommendation for approval. We agree with the land development staff's conditions and also the requested changes for certification, and we've worked very hard with them to come up with those. Be glad to answer any questions.
I had a question about the plan development variations, about the purpose of them, but you explained that in your presentation as to their existing and so forth, so that covers that. And then why the cul-de-sac? You covered that. That was a major one, and certainly we'll talk to Mrs. Papatou when we get to that part. And then I did see the letters of support in the record that are conditioned upon emergency gated access only.
Yes.
That's their one request, essentially.
That's the hot button.
I got it.
And we understood that before we even filed the application, and that's why we reflected the cul-de-sac.
All right. So other than that, I didn't have any other questions at this time.
Okay.
Thank
Great.
you.
Thanks.
Mr. Kramer.
Sure, Jake Kramer again, and I'll just add to that. In our community meeting, that was really we heard other issues and we talked about a lot of things, but that was really the main thing that each and every resident said, this is our priority as a neighborhood, and we really need you to work with us to not allow the vehicular access. So, thank you.
Understood. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Development Services.
I'm Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. Staff reviewed a rezoning request for property zoned RC2MH and PD to allow the continuation of existing uses or the development of 230 townhome units. The PD zone portion is the majority of the Big Cat Rescue Sanctuary and educational facilities. PD 23-0993 to the north was heard at the February ZHM, as you recall, for 2 development options. PD 23-0993 under their second development option does provide access to this project. Development of the subject PD will be predicated on which option PD 92 or 23-0993 selects. If PD 23-0993 develops under option 1, which would be the current entitlements, only option 1 of the subject PD can be done due to access. If PD 23-0993 develops under option 2, then option 2 of the subject PD can be achieved. As you heard under option 1, limited access to MetaView for the existing PD would remain, and direct access to MetaView for the RC2 zone parcels would remain. Under option 2, access is provided along the north within PD 23-0993 with emergency-only access to MetaView Drive. If developed with a townhome project, development standards will be those typically found for uses of similar type, and which includes the maximum building height of 35 feet. And as you might have seen, wetlands are found along the PD boundaries, which will place development in the northwest and central areas. Required buffering and screening will be provided. The applicant already provided an overview of the 2 PD variations that are requested, having to do with fencing, existing in terms of what could be done proposed, and staff does not have any objections to those requests. We received no objections from reviewing agencies, and we do recommend approval subject to proposed conditions. And I'm happy to answer any questions. And as always, there's a revised staff report, which corrects most significantly some numbering issues with the conditions and a few transportation conditions that were incomplete. So that is all reflected in the staff report and strike through underline.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Planning Commission.
Andrea Papandrew, Planning Commission staff. The site is in the residential 4 and residential 9 future land use categories in the urban service area and within the Northwest Hillsborough Community Plan. Planning Commission staff's report is based on any information that we received prior to our filing on March 13th. Policy 1.2 requires that all new residential or mixed-use developments develop at least 75% of the maximum allowable density unless the development meets the criteria of Policy 1.3. The site contains a large amount of wetlands, and meeting this minimum density could have an adverse impact on the site's environmental features. So the requested density meets the environmental features exemption under Policy 1.3. Policy 1.4 requires all new development to be compatible with the surrounding area. The site is located near several single-family uses to the south, and multifamily uses are located further east and west. Policy 8.8 allows for the densities of residential 4 and residential 9 to be blended across the entire project. As the site is over the 25% wetland area, it also applies for the environmentally sensitive land credit established by Objective 13 and Policy 13.3. So maximum density allowed on the site is 381 dwelling units, and the request is to develop 230 single-family attached units, which is consistent with Objective 8, Objective 13, and associated policies. Planning Commission staff acknowledge that the proposed townhome use and density is similar to the surrounding development pattern. However, new developments must also ensure compatibility whenever a density increase is proposed. So the site plan doesn't include buffering and screening on the western, southwest, and southeastern boundaries. However, the proposal conflicts with Policy 16.7, which requires that residential neighborhoods be designed to include an efficient system of internal circulation and street stub-outs to connect adjacent neighborhoods together. Policy 16.10 considers vehicular traffic, circulation, and access as factors that impact compatibility. The proposed cul-de-sac on the south end of the site conflicts with these policies. The community design component also encourages new projects to develop in a traditional urban pattern within urbanizing areas. Site is directly adjacent to the urban mixed-use 20 future land use category, highlighting the importance of this policy direction. Objective 13-1 and Policy 13-1.4 require communities to be designed around a modified grid network of streets in order to improve connections between neighborhoods. The proposed cul-de-sac directly conflicts with this policy direction. A trail connection is proposed through the adjacent rezoning application to the north, and staff acknowledge that this helps to meet the intent. However, given the overall connectivity conflicts with the cul-de-sac, the application is inconsistent. Excuse me. The mobility section, Goal 4, seeks to provide safe and convenient connections within the transportation network that support multimodal access to key destinations. Objective 4 4.1 of the mobility section encourages communities to be designed around a grid network of streets or a modified grid which will improve interconnections between neighborhoods. Although the site provides multiple opportunities for pedestrian access, the cul-de-sac directly conflicts with the mobility section. Section C of the Northwest Area Community Plan seeks to ensure flexible and innovative mobility options to offset the deficient street network. The proposal to include a connection to the Upper Bay Tampa Bay Trail helps meet the intent of this policy. However, this section also requires new developments to be designed with a contiguous local network of roads characterized by short blocks and minimal use of cul-de-sacs. These measures help separate community-based trips from long-distance through traffic and provide a variety of alternative routes and itineraries that connect to adjacent neighborhoods as often as possible. The proposed cul-de-sac directly conflicts with the Northwest Area Community Plan. Based upon the above considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development inconsistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you. So let me follow up with a couple of questions, because this is, it seems to where this is all the conflict, is this cul-de-sac. First, let me get to the issue of the cul-de-sac itself. So I've read your report, and a number of times the issue is identified as the cul-de-sac on the south end. Mm-hmm. So is it that if they were to, this is simple, but if they were to propose a T intersection that stops and has that gated emergency access, does that satisfy the objection about the grid network? Because essentially it's the same. They're limiting access except for pedestrians.
I mean, the intent of the comprehensive plan policies is to provide that connectivity, especially interconnections with neighborhoods. I'm not sure that providing just pedestrian access would meet this intent. It's not our staff's policy to revise our position on the dais, so I would have to take that. The applicant will wish to continue. We would take that, and that wish to proceed in that T intersection direction, we would take that back into consideration.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate it. All right, we'll ask for anyone that would like to speak in support, that would like to testify. Anybody in favor? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? No one. Ms. Heinrich, anything else?
No, ma'am.
All right. Go back to Mr. Kramer. Mr. Smith?
Thank you, David Smith, Stearns Weaver Miller. Just one point. In reviewing the staff report from the Development Services, their support for or non-objection to having the cul-de-sac and the closed connection basically is on a couple of things. One is, historically, this property, every time it's been rezoned for Big Cat, for the various uses it could have, the Board of County Commissioners restricted the ability to put traffic on these local streets. So looking at the pattern of BOCC actions historically on this site, protection of this community has been important. So we believe that protection, coupled with the policy that says where appropriate, make these connections, we believe that is justification for not requiring this connection. So with that, unless you have questions.
Just if you want to comment on my question to Ms. Papandreou about the alternative to the cul-de-sac.
Right. I mean, if the reason the cul-de-sac's there is basically for people to be able to turn around. So from what I kind of heard a response to be, it was technically it's the connectivity period, not the fact that it's actually a cul-de-sac. It just happens to be cul-de-sacs mentioned in some of the policies. But I think whatever would be a safe turnaround at that location and that access would still be emergency, I think that is something, well, before I say it, I'll make sure the engineer says we have room. We'd have room. Okay. So if it was the style of that connection that would still be gated for emergency only, we would be able to do that.
The reason I bring it up is because it's mentioned so much in the Planning Commission report that it just seems that that would be something to look at.
Yeah, and in conversations that we'd had prior, it seemed like it was just an example of not providing connectivity. And there was even conversations about, we could connect to it, but gate it but if it still had the ability for our residents to exit there, that would be conflicting with the community's wishes and what the intent is. So, but if it was a different style, we could definitely consider that during site planning and still have it as an emergency-only access point.
Understood.
Thank
All right,
you.
thank you so much. Then with that, we will close rezoning PD 24-0031 and go to the next case.
Our next item is item D8, PD 24-0132. The applicant is requesting to rezone property zone RMC 16 to PD. Jared Fulham with Development Services will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation.
All right, is the applicant here? Oh, I understand the applicant is virtual, I believe?
I believe so.
Yes, I'm here. This is David McCaddock for the applicant.
Good evening. Go ahead.
No, thank you. I'm here on behalf of the applicant and property owner, and with me is Michael Knight, who is the civil engineer. My client is proposing to build a 38-room hotel on a 1.5-acre tract. The site is currently developed with 24 duplex units on the property. Both the Hillsborough County and Planning Commission staff have found the use is compatible with the area. If you look at the zoning map, you will see that the surrounding uses are primarily permitted as multifamily and commercial, and this use would be consistent with the uses already in existence in the area. We have asked for 2 variations, and I'd like to discuss those with you if I can right now. We are asking for an 8-foot reduction in the 28-foot buffer on the east side of the building, which with a resulting buffer of 20 feet. Can you see, can I share the screen? Is that is that present?
I don't see it yet.
Let me.
David, are you trying to share your screen?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. You see the bottom center where it says share? It should be next to like the mute button, the start video button. There should be like a button that says share.
Yeah.
There you go. Yep,
okay.
you got it. And then just
There you
remember
are,
when you're done, it's the orange tab on the top. You have to hover over it to exit out.
Okay, thank you. And you can see on the site configuration that the variations are necessitated by the physical constraints on the property, which is primarily comprised with a large water body, and it directs the development to occur to the west and south edges of the property. And I'd like to go through the criteria for the variations if I can. The reduction is necessitated, as I indicated, by the fact that the large water body forces the upland development to occur on the western and southern edges of the property. In looking at the effect of that reduction, the configuration is mitigated by the fact that we are proposing type B screening, and the fact that the area adjacent to the building at this location is vacant and is not likely to be developed because of the presence of a lake, the same lake, on this adjacent parcel. As you can see, the lake is not just on our property, but is a property to the east of our site as well. And it's not likely that development will be occurring on the, if you will, the eastern edge of our property. So there should be no adverse impact with the result of the small reduction in the buffer. The variation is also in harmony with the purpose and set intent of the code, in that it is allowing this new development to occur largely in compliance with current applicable codes, such as parking, trash removal, those kind of things. And the current configuration of the property is not in compliance with very many of the codes, including that there are no hookups to water and sewer services. And so we believe that the approval of the variation will actually increase the compliance with the code and provide a much better project for the community. Finally, the variation will not interfere with the rights of others. There are no indication of off-site impacts as a result of this development. The traffic generation will be actually slightly less. And again, we don't believe that there are any other adverse off-site impacts to which would occur as a result of the variation. The second variation is a 13-foot reduction in the required 28-foot buffer on the north side of the building, with a resulting buffer of 15 feet and elimination of screening on the north side of the building. Again, the reduction is necessitated by the fact that the lake occupies such a large portion of the site that it relegates the upland construction to the eastern and southern boundaries of the property. In this case, the reduction is mitigated by the fact that there is actually a buffer of a 300-foot water body between the proposed building and the adjacent property on the north side of the building, which provides more than a significant and adequate buffer against the property of that adjacent property. The variation, again, is in harmony with the purpose and intent of the code, in that it allows us to more fully comply with the current codes, including hooking up to water and sewer, solid waste pickup, parking. All of these code requirements will be satisfied under the proposed new development. And finally, the development will not interfere with the rights of others. There are no significant adverse impacts generated by the proposed development. And I would just like to note that both the Planning Commission staff, the Hillsborough staff found that the variations were acceptable and consistent with the area. I'd also like to point out that we have asked for a waiver of the commercial locational criteria, and the factors to be considered are whether or not we are promoting additional strip commercial development or promoting additional development, commercial development in this area. And the Planning Commission staff determined that we are not promoting strip commercial nor are we promoting inappropriate commercial development in this area. This is a neighborhood serving commercial use and would not run contrary to the policies of the commercial locational criteria. What I would like to, at this point, just conclude our presentation and be happy to answer any questions we have, and I would, any questions that you may have. And I would just like to point out that we have concurred with all of the conditions of approval being recommended by staff. So with that, that will conclude our presentation.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mechanic. No further, no questions at this time. You covered everything thoroughly, so thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Madam Chair, I need his address.
Mr. Mechanic, could you give us your address, please?
305 South Boulevard, Tampa, Florida.
Thank you so much. We'll go to Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening. Jared Fallon with Development Services. So as it's been stated, this is a request to rezone parcel to planned development to allow construction of a 3-story hotel with a total of, or a maximum of 38 rooms with the total square footage or gross square feet of 23,325. The existing property, or the property currently has 7 duplex and triplex residential buildings, and these will be demolished to make room for the development. So for context, the property is located along North Lois Avenue and just north of the intersection with West Waters Avenue, which is a commercial corridor. The adjacent zoning districts consist of RMC 16 to the northeast and northwest, and commercial neighborhood to the south and west. Residential mainly consists of single family and multifamily, with single family being directly adjacent to the north, and then commercial neighborhood, those uses, retail, personal services, and there's also some light industrial to the west, and other uses. So the applicant has designed the site in a way that diverts most of the activity towards the south end of the property by placing the building footprint 10 feet from the southern boundary. As a result, the 2-to-1 setback requirement is not being met. However, we feel that due to being close to the commercial and this commercial being oriented facing south away from the proposed development, and as well as the residential to the east, which is undeveloped, we find that this is acceptable. And as far as the rest of the property, it's going to be parking. As for the buffer and screening standards, I wanted to show real quick just to clarify where the variations are located on here. If you could show the projector. So variation 1 that he was pertaining to is going to be along this boundary right here. So that's normally it'd be 28 feet, but they're reducing it to 20, but they're maintaining the type B buffer yard, screening. And then variation 2, it applies to this entire boundary along the wetland area and the pond area. So just wanted to clarify that. Other buffer yards, there's a normal or it meets code buffer yard here, which is a 20-foot type B. And they're also going to be providing a 6-foot PVC fence along the south, adjacent to the commercial. You may also notice that the pool that they're proposing there, it is within the wetland setback, but the applicants did acquire a variance from the land use hearing officer, which was approved March 18th with application number 24-0277, and it's encroaching 15 feet. Given these facts, Development Services finds the proposed plan development to be compatible with the surrounding land uses and recommend approval.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank
Planning
you.
Commission.
Andrea Pappinger, Planning Commission staff. The site is in the residential 12 future land use category in the urban service area and is not within the limits of a community plan. Policy 1.4 establishes guidelines on compatibility The proposal includes several components that ensure compatibility with the commercial uses to the south and the residential uses to the north, and is consistent with Objective 1 and Policy 1.4. Objective 9 and Policy 9.2, all development proposals must meet or exceed all local, state, and federal land development regulations. There are approximately 0.3 acres of wetlands on the western boundary. The EPC has issued comments verifying the site plan, and the proposal is in compliance with Objective 13 and Policy 13.6. At the time of Planning Commission staff's report, comments from zoning and transportation were not available and were not taken into consideration for our analysis. Objective 16 and Policy 16.1 seek to protect, established neighborhoods by requiring buffer areas and screening devices between unlike land uses. There is a 20-foot Type B buffer on the north boundary between the existing single family and the uses in the parking lot. There are wetlands on the eastern side to provide a natural buffering between the property and single family. In addition, the hotel building is located on the southern portion near existing commercial light industrial uses on North Lewis Avenue. And this site design provides a gradual transition of intensity from the southern portion to the northern portion of the site and meets Policy 16.2. The hotel is also proposed at a scale that is appropriate for existing commercial uses located south of the site and is consistent with Policy 16.3. The closest qualifying intersection is identified at West Waters Avenue and North Lois Avenue. Approximately 40% of the site's front-facing boundary falls within the qualifying distance of 300 feet from the intersection. Since this is below the 75% requirement, the site does not meet CLC, commercial locational criteria. The applicant has submitted a waiver request. In the request, the applicant stated that the subject site is an appropriate area for hotel use, and the proposed development would not contribute to strip commercial development. The applicant also noted that the proposed use is compatible with surrounding development pattern. Planning Commission staff concur with the commercial locational criteria waiver and recommend the waiver be granted by the Board of County Commissioners. Several goals, sections, and policies of the community design component establish guidelines for commercial character, avoiding strip development patterns, and designing development to be compatible with surrounding neighborhoods. The design of the hotel is intended to be complementary towards the commercial area along the West Waters Avenue and incompatible with the residential uses to the north, and it's consistent with Section 1.2, Goal 9, Policy 9-1.2, Goal 12, Objective 12-1, Policy 12-1.4, Goal 17, Objective 17-1, and Policy 17-1.4. Based upon the above considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to conditions proposed by Development Services Department.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition? No one. Ms. Heinrich, anything else?
The only thing I would add very quickly is you should have received a revised staff report.
I did.
Okay, just to let you know, it appears that there was a condition change to the fence type from wooden to PVC, just to bring that to your attention.
Perfect. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. All right, Mr. Mechanic, you can have the last word if you'd like it. Mr. Mechanic, are you still online?
Yes, I believe he's muted still.
They muted me here, sorry. Just one quick point. I did not mention, but we are not proposing any wetland impacts, and as indicated by the staff, this hearing officer approved the variance for an encroachment into the wetland setback, but there are no proposed impacts to the wetland itself. And I just wanted to make that point clear.
All right, perfect. Thank you for
Thank
that
you.
clarification. I appreciate it. Then with that, we'll close rezoning PD 24-0132 and go to the next case.
Our next item
Thank
is
you.
item D9, Major Mod 24-0241. The applicant is requesting a major mod to PD 850486. I've reviewed this for Development Services and will present staff findings.
All right, is the applicant here? Good evening.
Good evening, thank you. I have a PowerPoint presentation I'd like to share. Okay. My name is Stephen Sposato. I'm a certified planner with Level Up Consulting.
Bring that microphone a little closer to it. Perfect, there you go.
Is that
Thank
better?
you. Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
sorry. Again, my name is Stephen Sposato. I'm a certified planner with Level Up Consulting, 505 East Jackson Street here in Tampa. The applicant and owner is Habitat for Humanity. Ms. Kathy Coyle, who is the Chief Operating Officer, was intending to introduce the project, but unfortunately can't make it tonight, so I'm serving in that capacity. Clearly, Habitat has had a substantial history. Let me fast forward here. The substantial history and presence in our community in both renovating and building affordable homes for families. The 3.18 acre project site on Ehrlich Road, conveyed from the county in October of last year, is also subject to a development and funding agreement, which provides for 18 duplex for-sale homes. It utilizes the affordable density housing bonus, so it's a bump from Res 4 to Res 6. Includes income restrictions, so that 9 units will be sold to households at or below 80% of AMI, and then the balance will be sold to households at or below 50% of AMI. The site is part of an existing PD that we are modifying. I think overall, I guess to summarize what the proposal, it's a purposeful utilization of county surplus land for use that is needed in our community. The record before us shows that the proposed modification is compatible and consistent with the plan and fits the location and context, including it's an infill site in the urban area adjacent to a mix of office, residential, and institutional uses. The current PD, modified back in 2004, includes 2 development options. Fire Rescue Station 42 resulted from option 2, but the balance of the property remained undeveloped. The modification that before you tonight includes a 3rd option that is intended for the habitat use. Just to zoom in a little bit more on the site plan, what is being proposed is less intensive than the other 2 options, primarily in terms of the traffic impact. It places the homes, and what you see in yellow, towards the rear of the parcel. It utilizes an existing access already provided for in the PD, provides buffer tracks along the perimeter, including along the northern boundary where there's some existing trees. And as I stated, it complies with the affordable housing density bonus, and those are also reflected in the conditions of approval. Habitat has a comprehensive model to ensure quality built homes with qualified homeowners. The proposal is consistent with the plan and complements the neighborhood context. It's compatible and approvable, subject to conditions. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
No questions at this time. Thank you so much. If you would please sign in. Development Services.
Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. The subject request is to add a 3rd development option to the existing PD. As you saw, the PD is currently approved for 2 options that permit office uses with different layouts. The 3rd option will allow for a majority of the site to be developed with 2-family housing with an affordable housing density bonus, which would allow for 18 units or 6 unit per acre density. The project will comply with all density bonus requirements. Staff did not identify any compatibility issues with the 3rd option. Development standards will result in housing units similar to other residential uses in the area and will not exceed 2 stories in height. While not required, a 20-foot buffer along the north will be provided. Homes will be located along the western and eastern sides of the cul-de-sac, which terminates at the northern end of the property. This reduces building massing along the backyards of the existing homes to the north. Staff received no objections from reviewing agencies and recommends approval subject to proposed conditions.
Thank you so much. Planning Commission.
Andrea Papandrew, Planning Commission staff. The site is in the residential 4 future land use category in the urban service area and within the greater Carrollwood Northdale community plan. Policy 1.4 requires all new development to be compatible with the surrounding area. The proposed density of 5.66 dwelling units per gross acre is comparable to the average residential developments to the north and east, which range from 3 to 6 dwelling units per gross acre. The site is on Ehrlich Road, which is an arterial roadway, and has a development pattern of higher intensity uses such as office parks and light commercial retail plazas. There is a multi-family development and a higher density single-family development to the southeast of the site, which is comparable to the density being proposed, and the proposal meets the intent Policy 1.4, Objective 12-1, and Policy 12-1.4. The proposed rezoning meets the intent of Objective 16 and Policies 16.1, 16.2, 16.3, 16.7, 16.8, and 16.10. 18 total affordable units are proposed with 0 lot lines and minimum lot sizes of 1,850 square feet. The proposed density and lot sizes are reflective of the surrounding neighborhoods. The proposal includes adequate setbacks and buffers, especially with the stormwater retention areas, as a buffer between the fire station office buildings to the east and west. And there is an open space area proposed southeast of the residential buildings. At the time of filing this report, there were no comments in optics by the county transportation section, so those were not taken into consideration. The proposal meets the intent of Policy 1.2 related to minimum density and the affordable housing density bonus under the housing section of the comprehensive housing plan. The applicant has provided the appropriate documentation showing project approval by the Board of County Commissioners and from the county's housing department, indicating that the proposal meets the intent of housing section Objective 1.3 and Policies 1.3.1 and 1.3.2. In addition, the proposed density is consistent with the next future land use category of residential 6, although the density bonus does not change the site's underlying future land use designation. Proposed also meets the intent of the Greater Carrollwood-Northdale Plan. The proposal is compatible as it relates to mass and scale. The plan seeks to provide sidewalks and adequate pedestrian circulation, and the proposal does include sidewalks along the site, within the site and along the site's frontage and Ehrlich Road. It's also consistent with a plan which aims to integrate recreation, open space, and new developments. Based upon the above considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed major modification consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to conditions proposed by the Development Services Department. I'd just like to modify that staff finds the proposed plan development consistent. Sorry, I misspoke and said major modification earlier.
Oh, understood. All right, thank you for that. I appreciate it. All right, is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition?
Yes.
I have one, yes.
All right.
One online,
How many
too.
online? Just one?
One.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Online. My name's David Alessandri, 5121 Ehrlich Road, Suite 107B, Tampa, Florida. I'm a property owner and the board member that represents the office complex to the east of the proposed property.
I believe you need to have your camera on.
Sorry. There you go. Is it visible? Yep. Thank you for allowing us to speak. My comments are tied to the application, some of which she just spoke about. Policy 1.4, compatibility. It says the proposal should be in harmony with the existing usage. This area is completely commercial from Pennington Road to the east to Hutchison Road at the west. Across the street's Ben Hill Junior High School, and the only residential is behind it on the north part, which they mentioned on there. Also, the majority of the structures are one story, including the Hillsborough County Fire Department, which is not similar to what they're trying to do with a two-story. She also mentioned the multifamily to the southeast. That's within Carrollwood Village, which is surrounded by residential homes, not commercial. Secondly, Objective 12 said establish character of the neighborhood. This is not the character of this neighborhood. Ehrlich Road is pretty much commercial all the way down, other than entrances into planned developments, which have intersections and whatnot on there. It says it's to preserve, protect, and enhance the neighborhood for a gradual transition between land uses. There's no transition. This is commercial, and then they're going to put this property, which is behind the fire station, so it's sort of locked in behind the commercial properties on there. The other thing is the road. Ehrlich Road's a substandard road, and it's going to create traffic. We are already experiencing significant traffic along Ehrlich Road. The entrance would be very close to our entrance, and I noticed in the application that they did not intend to expand Ehrlich Road or put any sort of turn lanes. They even say that there's only 10 trips a day. Well, if you've got I think forget how many units are in there. There's 18 units with 2 adults. You're talking 36 people going to work, delivery trucks and whatnot. So I feel like Ehrlich's it's going to add to the traffic, as well as the schools there, the fire station, which has its light literally right next to their documentation there. It also says that this acts as a transition from the commercial to the residential. There isn't any transition. It is commercial already built. So it really isn't acting as anything. They're just taking the land that's and it's all behind the fire station on there, and trying to just put a small parcel. It really should be commercial office space, which is what it's zoned for, which is what the county intended to do back many years ago. And lastly, storm water. We have Ehrlich floods in a heavy rain during the summer, never mind a hurricane. The drainage ditches along Ehrlich, they come across Ehrlich Road to the point you can't drive by. And this being next to our complex, we've already experienced flooding in one whole section of our complex on there from these heavy rains. This is going to put this property probably above ours, and then we'll have rain along the 4 buildings that border it. So we respectfully ask that you deny this. I just don't think it's going to help the values. It's not the area. They mentioned public parks. There's already a park down on West Village. There's no space to add any more facilities. And the sidewalk doesn't even go all the way along Ehrlich. It's on the opposite side of Ehrlich. And I return my time. Thank you.
Sir, before you go, I just missed in the beginning who you were. Did you say you were representing an organization or a group?
So our office complex is a small condo association, Ehrlich Road Professional Court. We're 12 office buildings we border this proposed project to the east.
And where is that located relative to this property?
It's on let me see, it would be the east side of this property.
Abutting?
Yes.
Okay, east side abutting. Perfect. That's what I need. Thank you very
I
much.
believe I think they had like a setback. I forget their setback between our property and theirs.
All right. Okay, thank you for participating. I appreciate it. All right, seeing no one else in opposition, we'll go back to Development Services. Anything else?
Nothing further.
All right, we'll go to the applicant, who has 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Just very briefly, respect to the comments from the adjoining office park. I do disagree that the area is a mix of uses, and if you look along that Ehrlich Road corridor, there's residential on both sides of Ehrlich Road, and in fact, our parcel abuts residential to the rear, as well as the office park. So that condition is, present currently. The access point is already provided for. And again, from terms of traffic, it's only 18 units. It's sort of a niche community. If you look at the site plan, the way we've designed it, I think the staff has acknowledged this as well. The stormwater is towards the front. Will be designed to meet all the requirements of the Water Management District and the county codes in terms of stormwater. We do connect the sidewalk. There's a missing link where we do connect the sidewalk. And I think we do think it is consistent and compatible and fits that area and the mix of uses that are found. And so I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Then we'll close major modification 24-0241 and go to the next case.
Our next application is item E1, Special Use 23-0955. The applicant is requesting a nonconforming special use permit for property currently zoned AR. Tim Lampkin will provide staff findings after the applicant's presentation, and a revised staff report has been entered into the record that you received at the beginning of the hearing.
I do have it, yes, thank you.
Good evening, Cammie Corbett with the law firm of Hill, Ward, and Henderson, 101 East Kennedy Boulevard, Suite 3700, Tampa, Florida. We do have a brief presentation this evening. This subject site is located sort of north of the Temple Terrace area, north of Fowler Avenue. And you can see in the far out area, it is surrounded largely by lands owned by the Water Management District. This is a site plan. We'll talk about that more in a bit. What we are asking for, what we have here is an existing legal non-conforming use from 1989. This landfill was established sometime back in about the 1960s and became non-conforming in 1983 and then got the NCU approved in 1989. So therefore, it's not subject to the siting requirements that are in the Land Development Code now with respect to distance separation, buffering, and screening. The project area, nonetheless, is still located more than 200 feet from any adjacent residentially zoned property, and I have another exhibit. I'll talk about that a little later as well. And then we also have a letter of support in the record that I'm going to be placing in the record, and there are people here from the adjacent house of worship who are in support of the application. And so this is probably the best exhibit to illustrate what we're doing here. We are asking for a one-time expansion of this legally non-conforming use, which is allowed for up to 50%, but we are only asking for 23.69%. And in the reality, you see in staff's report, we're actually reducing the overall acreage, because in the gray, you see the areas that are now that are going to come out of the area for the landfill, and then the areas red is the existing, and then the blue is the new expansion area. But overall acreage we're actually reducing, but we are asking for the minimum necessary to essentially conform with the existing FDEP permit that is of file. The original NCU boundary that was done back in 1989. It's a hand-drawn survey. This is based on current real data, and the FDEP has extensively vetted this permit and has issued the permit for the blue area, and this approval will allow us to accept C&D waste in the blue area going forward. As far as buffering and screening, again, we are not subject to the current buffering and screening requirements. We do have an extensive stormwater management system, ponds and ditches surrounding the entire area in the property boundary. But we have also agreed to a new condition for a 6-foot PVC fence and some screening where it directly abuts residential. And that snapshot in the corner there shows you the location of that, where it's indicated on the site plan, and it's where it's a budding residentially zoned property. And this particular exhibit, and you can't really see it all the way through the captioning, but you'll see it in my presentation, all of the blue dots represent property either owned by the former owner of the landfill or the current owner of the landfill. So even though we are less than 200 feet or 200 and 300 feet from those properties, they are owned and controlled by related parties. And then the green parcels are owned by the South Florida Water Management District. And there's the one parcel in the bottom left that is not owned or controlled, but that person has not issued any objection and does not have any objection to this expansion. And so we are asking for a design exception. I'm going to have Michael Yates come up and speak to you about that.
Before we move on to that, let me just not leave the DEP permit. I just had a quick question about that. When was that DEP permit originally issued? And was it an error that it didn't match the boundary of the landfill?
Let me come back to that.
Okay.
I'm going to have you do this first.
Okay, perfect.
Good evening, Michael Yates with Palm Traffic, and I have been sworn 4006 South McDill Avenue. We did, if you can pull back up the slide. So we did do a design exception that the county engineer has found approvable. Basically, it is reconstructing Williams Road from Fowler Avenue back to the project entrance at the current terminus of Williams Road. And so it's basically improving it to be 12-foot travel lanes, F-type curb, and then a 5-foot sidewalk along the west side of Williams Road. Currently, there is pieces of probably 4 or 5-foot sidewalk throughout there, but there's missing pieces. This would provide a contiguous 5-foot sidewalk the entire way from the project entrance all the way to Fowler Avenue. Happy to answer any questions, but I'll turn it back over.
No questions at that issue.
to Ms. Corbett to finish up.
Thanks. Don't forget to sign in.
I wish that were a really straightforward question that you asked me. There's a long history with the landfill. There have been, there's actually a zoning interpretation that was requested by the applicant a couple of years ago regarding confirming that the non-conforming use was continuous, because there was a period of time from 2009 to 2017, there were some non-compliance issues, and they had to stop seeking waste. And so the permit that's in place now is sort of the historical sort of dealing with all of the issues that happened between 1960 and to where we are now in 2017. So I don't think I would say it was an error, but it does align with sort of the limits of where everything is.
Is the excavation, is the landfill activity happening in the blue areas?
No.
It's
we
not.
are not accepting, we have not been accepting waste, and we have not accepted waste in that area.
So it's not, I guess that goes to my question. So it wasn't really an error. This is just an expansion, a one-time expansion to cover
Right, and the
those two
FDEP
areas.
permitting is honestly, I mean, with respect to the county and the zoning, the FDEP and their regulations are the much more strenuous regulations. So really went through that process to make sure that what we were asking for the expansion for could be expanded pursuant to FDEP, because if FDEP doesn't bless it, it doesn't happen. So we really couldn't come forward with the request for the expansion until FDEP signed off on the area that where we were going to be expanding.
All right, I think that answers my question. Thank you.
And obviously, we have staff recommendations from both Development Services and the Planning Commission, and we're here to answer any questions you might have. There is a revised staff report. One thing I am going to be placing into the record is an email from Carla Shelton. She realized in her comments where she made a comment about there being a lot of grand trees on the site. She was actually looking at other properties in the area. She recognized in this email that there aren't actually any grand trees within the footprint. We don't have any objection to the condition remaining because it doesn't apply to anything, but she confirms in this email for you that is not present on the site.
Okay. Does that conclude your presentation?
It does.
All right, thank you so much. Development Services.
Good evening, Development Services. And I can I'm going to put a little, there we go. All right, the applicant requests an adjustment to the boundaries of the established legal nonconforming use pursuant to Land Development Code 11.03.06.J to modify the NCU to match up the debris disposal boundaries of the FDEP permit. The NCU area per NCU 89-0037 is 52.13 acres in size. The area provided in the FDEP permit is 50.95 acres. This is approximately 12.35 acres where the FDEP permit allows disposal operations, but which is not included in the NCU 89-0037 area. Additionally, the area is covered by the NCU 89-0037 map. As shown here on the slide, they're not included in the FDEP permit. Based upon Florida statutory laws and administrative code governing the FDE permit, those areas of the NCU 89, which stands for obviously 1989-0037, that are outside the limits of the FDEP permit area cannot be used for disposal. It's noted that the 12.35 acres previously not included in NCU 89-0037 will now be included in the disposal operations if approved of the subject site, resulting in the total acreage of the subject site's disposal operations decreasing approximately 1.5 acres less than NCU 89-37 for a total of 50.95 acres. So I think, as the applicant pointed out, so you can see this is the proposed new boundary. The existing boundary is in red. The area that's being removed is this gray area here and this gray area here. Expansion area is here and here. The Land Development Code, section 11.03.06.J.1, any expansion, change, or rebuilding of a legal nonconforming use requires approval by the Board of County Commissioners under a nonconforming special use permit. And these nonconformity expansions are permitted once and may not exceed 50% of the intensity. The subject site is currently operating as a solid waste facility, Class 3 landfill per NCU 89-0037, dated June 30th, 1989. According to the 1989 zoning code, the subject property was zoned agricultural district. The landfill had been in operation in its current configuration since 1972, with land excavation activities dating back to 1960. This is prior to the January 27th, 1983, when the code was amended and the use became a conditional use. Per LDC Section 11.3.06.b, uses established legally at the time of development shall be deemed pre-existing and may be certified by the administrator and allowed to continue. Most of the criteria that exist today, the distance, locational criteria were not in the original code. The instance that was in the code was the requirement that it be on an arterial or collector road, and it's a local road, which would have made it non-conforming. Pursuant to the 1989 zoning ordinance, they were not subject to the minimum 1,000 distance requirements from residential development or houses of worship. The 200-foot perimeter setback requirement was also not established. Additionally, LDC Section 611.55.4 regarding areas of prohibition was codified after the establishment of the landfill and the NCU determination. And I don't want to repeat, the current land development code, section 61155A, land locational criteria, requires the minimum 1,000-foot separation, which wasn't required at the time. The applicant also requested, although they're acknowledging that it's a non-conforming use. However, in the expansion area to the southwest, there are some homes, and I'm going to be really quick. I see my time's about up, 18 seconds. Per section, they're requesting a variation per section 6.06.06, which requires the 30-foot landscape buffer with type C screening, and they're proposing instead to put a 6-foot high PVC fence between the boundary of the folios comprising the subject site where it's adjacent to the single-family residential folios located to the southwest of the property. And based upon the above, staff finds the request approvable. And that concludes staff's presentation, unless you had any questions.
No questions at this time. Thank you so much. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Planning Commission.
Andrea Papandrew, Planning Commission staff. The site is in the residential 1 and natural preservation future land use categories and is within the Thononosassa Community Plan in the rural area. The site is currently operating as a solid waste facility and as agricultural rural zoning. The area to the southwest and southeast has agricultural single-family 1 zoning. The areas north, northeast, northwest, east, and west have agricultural rural zoning. The proposed special use will not undermine the intent of the rural area policies of Objective 4. While the site is an existing Class 3 landfill use in the rural area, it is recognized as a legal non-conforming use and is in proximity to non-residential uses such as agriculture. The applicant requests a 23.69% expansion under Land Development Code, which allows a one-time expansion of a legal non-conforming use up to 50% of the use's existing square footage. The proposed special use meets the intent of Objective 9 and Policies 9.1 and 9.2. Policy 9.3 of the Comprehensive Plan recognizes the existence and continuation of legal non-conforming uses in the county so long as they do not increase in intensity or negatively impact adjacent properties. The request does expand the boundary of the non-conforming use within the property boundary. However, the landfill activity remains at a far distance from residential. The only area in question is to the southwest, and the applicant's site plan shows a distance of 381 feet from the nearest residential lot boundary to the proposed landfill activity. There are stormwater ponds that surround the entire landfill activity area. The site meets the intent of Environmental Goal 5 of the Thononosassa Community Plan that seeks to preserve the environmental integrity. There are no environmental areas on site, but there is Wilderness Conservation Park to the north, but none of the activity proposed on the site conflicts with the viability of the park. The Environmental Services Division issued a letter dated February 9th, 2024, requiring environmental reports to be submitted to the Florida Department of Environmental Protection for monitoring. The Conservation and Environmental Land Management Department had no objections. And our staff's findings based on any information that we received or was submitted prior to our March 13th filing of our report. Based upon the above considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed special use consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to the conditions proposed by the Development Services Department.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? All right, well, he's coming forward. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor, either in the room or online?
I do have a Kim Cruz online, it looks like.
To speak in support?
Yes.
Okay.
She's staff.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay. All right. Sir, come on forward. Give us your name and address.
Good evening. My name is Harish Patel, 7620 Paradise Point Circle South, St. Petersburg, Florida 33711. Good evening. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I represent the temple. We have a supporting letter already from the board here, and I just am here on behalf of the management committee and my fellow congregation members in favor of this project. We have had a very good relationship with the owners, George, and for the almost last 2 decades, they've been extremely helpful, extremely accommodating in whatever requests we have made. So we'd like to recommend in favor of this project. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down. I appreciate you participating. If you could please sign in. All right. With that, the close of support, is there anyone in opposition to this request, either in the room or online? All right. Seeing no one. Ms. Heinrich, I neglected to ask Mr. Lampkin, and he can come back up if we need to, but I just wanted to verify. I see that there's a PD variation and also a waiver request as a part of this, and I just wanted to succinctly confirm what that was. The PD variation, is that a reduction to, and is that a change in the screening, or is there a reduction in the buffer?
So it is a change in in both. So there are retention ponds around it, so that are close to the property boundary. And so what they're proposing, normally you would be required to have a 20-foot or a 30-foot type C. And because of the location of the stormwater ponds may be within that buffer, but what they've done is they've acknowledged that there are homes to the southwest, and so they're asking if they could put up a 6-foot-high PVC fence instead of what would normally be required, and this is in the expansion area.
Right. And then the waiver, that is just the expansion of the non-conforming use? Is that the waiver requested?
Hold on.
It's on page 2 of your report. It cites a LDC section.
Oh, yes. Yes, that is correct. So what that is so LDC section 61155 didn't exist when NCU 89-0037 existed. And so the locational requirements, other than the roadway requirements being on an arterial or local, they existed. But however, the locational requirements regarding location to residential, location to a house of worship, and yes, so the locational requirements did not, so they're essentially asking for a waiver in the expansion area and any pre-existing areas, because there are areas that are already existing that don't meet the requirements of 61155. So for example, today you would be required, if it was new, to have a 200-foot setback, and the applicant has stated that there are some areas where it's about 100 feet away, which is why the setback's 100 feet, to ensure that it doesn't get closer. but also they do need a waiver to have that 100 feet instead of 200 feet.
Okay, understood. That helps. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Ms. Heinrich, did you have anything else before I move on?
No, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. Then we'll go back for rebuttal, Ms. Corbett.
Cammie Corbett again for the record. I think I respectfully disagree with staff's statement that we need a waiver to criteria that are not applicable to a non-conforming use. So we didn't parse words or anything. And with respect to the variation for the buffering and screening, I also don't think we need a variation for the buffering and screening. I do think it's within staff's purview to request a condition for that fencing and screening as a matter of just demonstrating that we are not having any adverse impacts on surrounding owners as a result of the expansion. But I don't think that it's the same applicability as the criteria, because as a legally non-conforming use, we don't have to provide any of the buffering and screening, so we don't need a waiver from that. But we are asking for an expansion as allowed by the code, and we recognize that staff could make that request for a different reason with respect to the buffering and screening along the southwest. So we agreed to add that condition, even though we would not otherwise be required. And again, we're trying to maximize the footprint or maximize the usability of this site to avoid creating other landfills or the need for other landfills in the county. We want to utilize this one to the extent that there is still capacity. And we think that's beneficial overall without having to create new capacity in another place. And I did want to show you quickly on a map, if you weren't sure where the house of worship is, just to kind of orient you to where they are.
I see. Thank you.
So directly located. So we're okay with the conditions. I just don't think that we necessarily need a waiver or a variation.
Now that you say that, I note that it's zoned AR. It's not a planned development to start, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So let's go back and just clarify that with Ms. Heinrich real quick before we close this out.
I believe those are for the expansion area, correct?
Well, he's classified the non-compliance with the existing siting standards as a waiver to those standards. It's not a waiver of those standards. It's a continuation of the non-conforming use.
Right. And one thing I know with the special use expansions is we have to demonstrate that their expansion isn't creating a compatibility issue. Correct. Or, expansion of that will have any, problem to adjacent properties. So I could see why the current standards were looked at for that expansion area. I think they could be handled as conditions, of approval, not necessarily.
Not a waiver.
Noted in there to just make sure that it's known that that was looked at, and here's their now new boundary.
And your position on the buffer issue, he has it identified as a planned development variation.
Right.
In that section.
Yeah, that would not, I think, be applicable.
It's just a noted condition in the special use.
Again, I think it was in terms of trying to show how the expansion can still achieve those goals, maybe not to the fullest, but in a way that we still find it supportable.
All right. Well, it seems we've reached agreement as far as I can.
Yes, I do think that's it. That is correct. That is how we analyzed it. We did believe that it was within staff's purview to make the request for the condition based on the expansion criteria, but not based on a waiver or a variation.
Understood.
And with that, would respectfully request your approval unless you have any other questions.
No other questions at this time. Thank you. Then we'll close special use 23-0955. Now I note that it's 10:15. Normally we take a break at 10, but we have one case left, so I'll ask the court reporter. You good to go? We'll power through? Okay. All right, then we'll call the last case.
Our next item is item E2, and this is special use 24-0382. This is requesting a non-conforming special use permit, and Sam Ball with Development Services will present staff findings. And also, there is a revised staff report that is in optics. I don't know if it was printed out for you tonight.
Let me look.
If not, we'd be happy to read that into the record.
Give me 1 second. I do have a revised staff report.
Okay.
All right. Is the applicant here? Yes. Good evening. You made it to the end.
I know. We all made it. My name is Giselle, and we're property 13603 East US Highway 92 in Dover. I purchased this property, and since 1947, it has had 2 dwellings on it. One of which was a mobile home. It was very dilapidated, so I removed it, and I wanted to put a new one in, and then I came across this whole issue. I do have also a non-conforming use application that was already approved. The staffing found this to be approvable, so I would like to go ahead and please ask you that it be approved.
All right.
I don't have anything further.
All right, thank you so much. If you could please sign in. We'll go to Development Services. Good evening.
Good evening. Sam Ball of Hillsborough County Development Services. This special use permit would allow for the replacement of a non-conforming use on an RSC2 zoned property located approximately 0.4 miles south of Interstate 4 at the Frisky Road East US 92 intersection. The site is in a mixed-use rural area and abuts a multifamily property to the east with 5 multifamily dwellings. Retail and office are to the north, and agriculture is to the south. The predominant development and land use pattern for the remaining area consists of agricultural and single-family use. The property fronts a portion of the US 92 right-of-way to the north, which, according to State Department of Transportation, adopted Project Development and Environmental Study and Hillsborough County Corridor Preservation Plan, will be widened to accommodate the roadway improvement from a 2-lane to a 4-lane roadway. The subject property received an approved non-conforming use determination in March under DNC 240380 for multifamily use on property zoned RSC2. The structures consisted of a conventional single-family structure that was which was constructed in 1947, and a mobile home that was placed on the property in 1960 before the project was, before the property was subject to zoning use restrictions. Prior to the approval of DNC 240380, the mobile home was removed over the course of 2.5 weeks in the middle of December of 2023. Section 11036C permits a 90 calendar day cease of non-conforming use before the subsequent uses of the premises are required to conform to the zoning district regulations. This 90-day time frame allows for the application to be considered for final action as long as the special use application was submitted prior to the 90 days, which in this case it was. The parcel now contains 1 single-family conventional dwelling. If the special use is approved, the property could be used for multifamily with up to 2 dwellings. The replacement dwelling would be required to comply with RSC2 zoning district setbacks, which includes 25-foot setbacks to the north and west and a 10-foot setback from the east and south property lines. The applicant is not requesting any variations or waivers to development standards. Staff has not identified any compatibility issues associated with the request and finds the request approvable subject to conditions.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Planning Commission.
Andrea Pappinger, Planning Commission staff. Site is in the residential 2 future land use category and is not within a community plan. The site is in the rural area. Future land use element permits new development within the rural area that is similar in character to the existing community. Policy 4.1 characterizes the rural area as low density, large lot residential. Subject site is within the rural area, and the proposed special use to replace a mobile home to serve as a second dwelling unit is similar in character and compatible with the surrounding area. Subject site is in the residential 2 future land use category, allows up to 2 dwelling units per acre. Per objective 9 and 9.2 and policy 9.2, all development proposals must meet or exceed all local, state, and federal land development regulations. Policy 9.3 recognizes legal nonconforming uses and permits the rebuilding or expansion of existing legal nonconforming uses, which shall not occur more than once. The new use may still be nonconforming. The applicant has 2 dwelling units. 1 unit is a mobile home. The applicant seeking to replace the mobile home on a legal nonconforming lot. Special use request is compatible with the residential 2 future land use category and consistent with objective 9 and policies 9.2 and 9.3. The proposed also meets the intent of Objective 16 and associated policies relating to neighborhood protection. The site is surrounded by residential uses with a few areas of commercial, mixed use, and public/quasi-public institution uses. The proposal is consistent with the existing surrounding development and is consistent with Objective 12 and Policy 12-4.1 of the Community Design Component, as well as Policy 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3. Based upon the above considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed special use consistent with the unincorporated Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan, subject to the conditions proposed by the County Development Services Department.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Seeing no one. Anyone in opposition? No one. Ms. Heinrich, anything else?
No, ma'am.
All right, ma'am, you have the last word if you'd like it. All right, then with that, we'll close Special Use 24-0382 and adjourn the hearing. Thank you all for your time and testimony.